Now I know just where I'm going, no more got to fear. I find my way, all lucky, twisting time.
Right now.
Just in time, and change my lonely life.
Because it's time to write now. And we are live. Welcome to the Right Now Thon 2025. We are so thrilled for you to be here. This is the writing event of the year where we are celebrating the writing process. Whether you achieved amazing things this year, or maybe you made just a little bit of progress, we're going to be joined by over 40 different guest authors from the community and many, many more throughout the rest of the weekend. This is one of our most ambitious live streams. So sit back, whether you're joining us on the live or you're watching this on the replay. We have so many events, from author workshops, writing sprints, productivity streams, games, activities, and so much more for us to celebrate the thing that we love, which is the writing process. By the way, welcome. If you don't know who I am, I'm Kaufman. I'm a daily writing streamer. And as of next week, I'll have live streamed for 733 consecutive days. I started this journey because I love the writing process, and I cannot believe that after 2 years, I get to celebrate this with you. So we are so stoked for you to be here. And as you can see, I'm joined by my other fellow writers and friends in the community. Welcome, welcome, my friends. I'll let everyone give themselves a quick little intro. I'll kick it over to Chat Soul.
Hey everyone knows me as Chat Soul. I'm the person with the really high word count within the community. Usually writing fan fiction anymore, but I have 2 books that have published. The next one should be coming out in June if I can actually get my button gear and do it. And I usually typically write like in fantasy, young adult kind of genre, but I kind of go back and forth between sci-fi and fantasy.
Awesome. And Courtney, welcome, welcome.
I am Courtney. I write contemporary romance with emotional depth. I published my first novel this year, Falling for a Storm.
Yay. And awesome. And we're joined by the wonderful Natalie Locke.
Hey everyone, I'm Natalie Locke, and I like to do flash fiction because I can't stick to just one genre.
Who doesn't love flash fiction? Let me tell you, that takes a real skill set that I struggle with. Let me tell you.
Yeah, but now I'm having to add words to my novel, so editing's been fun.
Ooh, I love editing. Did I hear editing? Most writers' ears are burning. I'm like, oh, yes. Let's solve the problem. Let's fix the puzzle. And Mama Maggie, always a pleasure to have you joining us.
Hello, lovelies. Mama Maggie Ward here, independent author, stroke survivor, migraine overcomer. And unlike Natalie, I am a wordaholic. And also a hashtag genre slut because I cannot stay in one lane. Welcome, everybody, to the Right Now-a-thon that we have been planning for months. And yes, yay for us.
Yay. And that's like such like a beautiful tie-in because I know just how much work we've all been putting into the Right Now-a-thon to bring it to life. Can you guys believe that it's already the end of 2025? We're all here and we're like here to celebrate writing at the end of the year. How are you guys feeling?
Tired, but I'm just happy that we've actually lasted this long because it is awesome.
Yeah, I'm excited. I can't wait for the games.
I am. My coffee cup says it all right now. How I feel about 2025.
Ooh,
And I am ready for 2026 to start. I want it to be calm. I want it to be. I'm done with chaos. It just seems like the last half of this year has been nothing but Chaos Writers Anonymous.
Yeah.
Well,
Chaos
I actually don't want
Writers
2026 to rush too much because I'm on a deadline. Yeah, it's like I figure 2 chapters a day is breathable enough. So please don't speed up time.
I want 2026 to be the boring bookie sibling of the 2020s. Yes, and thank you, please.
You know what? Thinking of chapters, what was Mom Maggie? What was that the name that you gave 2025? You said chaos.
The chaos writers chaos. Yes.
Chaos writers chaos. So this is actually a challenge. This gave me an awesome idea. So everyone, I want to hear from you. If you could give 2025 a chapter for your writing journey, what would it be? Drop a comment. We would love to hear from you. If I think of my 2025 as a writing chapter, I'm like, what would it be? The Scarecrow. The Scarecrow Strikes Back. Return of the Scarecrow. Caw. I don't know.
The era of the pew pew pew.
I feel like that was 2024 though. Was the era of the pew pew.
But you forgot that you're the one that said it, so it's always gonna be a thing.
I think that's what's always funny. I like say things, and sometimes they make sense.
And then they become
what about the rest of you guys? If you could give your 2025 a chapter, what would you give it?
Chaos Writer Mayhem, but with time travel, because OCD Goldbrain grabbed onto writing The Shadow Hunt, which is the end of my massive Relic of Time War series. And it was like, oh no, these other publishing goals, these other books we're supposed to finish and put out this year. No, we're not going to do that. We are only going to work on The Shadow Hunt from August through to December.
You're like, of course. And that never happens to writers, right? We plan, we're like, okay, when I think of the perfect writing journey, I'm going to sit down with my cup of coffee or my energy drink. I'm going to write every single day. And then life gets in the way. We get stuck with school, with work, with family, with health, with life, and all the things in between. And suddenly we look back and Scarecrow still isn't done. And I'm like, dang it. Last you, Scarecrow. I'll get you next year.
I'll get you and your little crow too.
Oh my god, I know it's funny because I always reference Wizard of Oz and Alice in Wonderland for it. So I'm like, I actually probably could use that Wizard of Oz reference. Oh man, but we are so excited to have you guys here. So welcome to the opening ceremony. I'll throw up some of those chapter comments in just a second. If you're just hopping in, I want to hear from you. What was your 2025 writing journey like? If you could give it a chapter title, drop a comment. We would love to hear. But let's get into, let me throw up my screen share and we'll go over the schedule, because let me tell you, we got some crazy things lined up for y'all this event. Here we go. So as you can see, we are kicking off our opening ceremony, obviously 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be hopping next into an exciting panel about bending genres to your will. How do you go about working in different types of genres? I know from working with so many writers these past years that I would say a good majority of the writers write in multi-genre, in different genres across different books. Out of you guys here, I think all of you write in different genres, don't you? I'm pretty sure all 4 of you write in different genres.
Only for your contest.
I do like to challenge people with the multi-genre thing, don't I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Natalie and I used to be on Flash Fiction Live a lot years ago, and then life got chaotic. And it's like, roll the dice, let's do the Turner thing. What's the genre today? And it's like, oh, genre of the day is, oh yes, today we're going to write steampunk, but with unicorns.
Woo! Steampunk with unicorns. What a way to mix it up.
That actually sounds pretty awesome.
I gotta write that now. Thanks.
All right, so we know what the next Flash Fiction story for Natalie is going to be. Steampunk with unicorns. Now, please just tell me that the unicorn fights a dragon in it, and I'm happy.
Actually, I've already got an image of a unicorn that is like has a prosthetic like leg or something that like that just has that mechanical sound as it's walking, and steam is coming out of it to make it the hydraulics work and stuff. Like,
oh my god, I figured out the perfect combatant to get it against it. The dragon corn. A unicorn and a dragon mixed. That's going to be mine. It's neither a dragon.
Oh, great. Now I want to try to draw that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that like in Shrek with the donkey and the dragon?
yeah.
I've already written the alcoholic corgi corn, so
Writing is so much fun.
Got a corgi.
Oh man, well we're trying to put a dragon on it. We definitely have some fun things lined up. So as you can see, we'll be talking about the book's journey in the next 20 years, because I know what's on everyone's mind. Where are we going in 2026, 27, 28, 30? What does books and that writing journey look like for the industry? Because as we know, 10 years ago, ebooks were just becoming a popular thing, and now ebooks dominate the market. Amazon dominates the market. So that's going to be an absolutely fun conversation to have. Then you'll be able to come back and join us. Oh, I still didn't update this one. All right, this was the 2025 one. Clearly, I didn't grab the right thumb. I'm like, we're going to look back on 2025. Maybe we'll look back on 2024 too, though. We'll see how Kaufman's feeling. Maybe we'll just look back on the 2000s. Why not? We'll get a writing sprint and a world building exercise. So this is going to be our chapter 1 journey. The WriteNow-thon itself is broken up into 5 different blocks. So you're going to want to make sure that you stick around. We have some exciting things because we're going to be streaming nonstop the whole weekend. We have so much planned. We have so many games, activities, and announcements. And you're going to want to make sure that you stick around for the end, because on Sunday, not only are we celebrating with the Right Now Jeopardy, which let me tell you, people love the Right Now Jeopardy. That's going to be fun. You're invited to participate, and whoever hops on stream with us will have the chance to win a prize. But following shortly after is going to be a major announcement that I'm making for the writing community. I am launching something humongous, something crazy. It has not been done before, and it's designed to help you with the writing journey. So I'll be talking about all that and more on Sunday. We got some crazy stuff going on, and I know I am stoked, man. What I'm so curious. I know we've been working on a WriteNow-thon stuff for months now. What are you guys looking forward to out of all the Right Now-a-thon stuff that you've been seeing?
I'm really looking forward to like chats, input, and comments and stuff like that, which they've already have fulfilled that. But like when to me, I love oh God, what's the special word for it? It's like people polling or a group polling and stuff like that. Like it's a chance to get other people's perspectives, and I love soaking in other people's perspectives. That's why I read so much, or the way my husband says it, I don't read, I listen to books so much. But I'm at like 114 already for the year. So, and of course I genre hop as well. So, but that's what I look forward to, is like, what are people writing? What are the challenges they're facing? And if I can witness someone having a eureka moment, I will be fulfilled by secondhand joy.
Yay. What about the rest of you guys?
I'm looking forward to the workshops. You know me. I love learning about other people's writing techniques, about their process. I'm so looking forward to the discussions. I am myself hosting a workshop, and I love learning other people's writerly habits and their writerly styles, because, I mean, you know my pet peeve about here's the one successful writing No. Find all of the writing techniques, mash them together, make your own writerly lasagna, pizza, Armageddon, chaos casserole, and eat it up, because your writing method is your writing method and nothing is wrong with it. I
absolutely love that. And I think that's one of the things that I love about the writing process, is that it's like being a writer is like a choose your own adventure. You get to decide how you want to create your characters, how you want to world build, how you want to plot, how you want to style and do word choice. And there's a lot of techniques out there. There's a lot of theories, formats, and best practices. But at the end of the day, you're getting to tell the story that you want to tell. And I think that is incredible. And I can tell just from, after critiquing well over 250 stories live and talking with so many authors in the community, there's so much creativity in this community. It's crazy. I keep thinking, I'm like, all right, I don't know what to expect next. And then the writers in the community keep upping the creativity. I'm like, how do people think of some of these things? I'm like, I'm always so amazed. But what about the rest of you guys? What are y'all looking forward to?
I learned so much from last year that I'm just excited to see what I soak up this year, and the fun that we can have, and seeing the progress that people made and what people are the most excited to share with us, and to like celebrate everyone's successes.
I'm kind of the same way. I'm looking forward to seeing how I improve, how everyone else improves, everything we get to learn, just all of that.
Yay, awesome. And as I'm dropping this link,
and the games are going to be fun. I'm really excited for the games.
Yeah, we actually have a lot of really cool games lined up too. We actually have some really fun games lined up. So as I think about all of the different writing games, we're actually kicking off the beginning of our Right Now-a-thon with a couple of exciting games for you to be involved with. And that's something you can actually join us right now. So one of the first games we're going to be queuing up is the Right Now Bingo. And let me tell you, this is going to be a really cool thing. This is going to give you the chance to join us throughout the journey and see if you can check off all those bingo cards. I'm like, what prize should we give the bingo winner? I'll have to think of something creative. I'll help you put a dragon on it. All right. And let's see. So I will queue up the bingo card.
I just got an image of a bingo dragon made out of a whole bunch of bingo balls.
I want to be inside your head sometimes, Natalie. I don't visualize these things until you start talking, and then I'm like, oh, why am I not more imaginative?
No,
Having
like I went through a thought train this morning when I'm just laying in bed waiting to get the urge to actually climb out of it, and I forget what it was I was actually thinking. But by the time I got to the end of the line of the train, I went, "How did I get here?" And I'm like, "Oh." Like it was insane in like half a millisecond how many stops I made. I was impressed with myself. Either way, but yeah, dragon. You had me at dragon.
I love
Having
it.
spent years adjacent to Natalie's thought stream, she and I are like, oh, it's this thing. We can see this thing now.
I absolutely love it. I think anytime we have dragons in the conversation, I fully approve. So without further ado, Nat, I'll let you take it away. What are we doing for the Write-a-thon bingo?
Yeah, the bingo card. So there should be a link that is shared, and as well as we are pulling it up and showing you exactly what it will be once you sign in. So use the link to get your bingo card. I have the like master bingo list, so I can make sure that we're good to go. But you're going to sign in, and this is filled with things that you can do, that you can see, that others are doing, and what you hear. It is going to be very just continuously active, as well as, of course, you get a free space. And I will tell you, there is like, you got 24 squares here with a free space.
And now it changes for everyone, right? Like everybody gets like a different version of the bingo
It's a
card,
different version, yeah, because it's like 35 different things that could go in the squares, but you only get 24. And then, of course, the placement of it. I'm not going to do the math for how many different possibilities that is, but yeah, that's it's everyone's going to have a different card. I can tell you that. But you got to use the link that's in chat to get your own bingo card. I think it will ask for your name or your email or something just to make sure that no one's getting more than one card. But after that, this is what you'll see. And you can mark it off. And actually, didn't we, let's click typed in chat, if you don't mind.
Let's see. So we'll do it. Okay. So this is, like you said, this is one of the random bingo cards that we just drew. But there's so many different variations of this. And then when we mark it off, so let's see, which one did we get? Typed in chat. Yes, I typed in chat. Okay.
Done.
There we go. I got next.
So we don't have to rely on your own memory here. And here's the thing. There should be a card number. Is it at the top or at the bottom?
Yeah. So bingo card ID 001.
Yeah. So when you say bingo, and we can say blackout, diagonal, I don't know which one we want to go for here. Tell us your bingo number, and I'll be able to verify it in our in the master list.
And okay, that's good. So how about we'll see who can get the rows. We'll mark who gets the rows, and then we'll see whoever gets the first blackout.
Sounds good.
I feel like that feels pretty cool. I wonder how quick that'll be. Or I wonder if it'll take most of. Ooh, kind of curious actually, because some of these are really interesting. Like learn something new. Tech gremlins, guys. We're not gonna have tech gremlins. Tech gremlins will not bug us this stream.
But hey, that's in quotations, and you just said it.
Don't say them.
How did I just say it? It's a quotation.
Oh no. Okay, everybody needs to start throwing cookies at the gremlins in the chat so they'll stay away.
Marked. Yeah, these are great. I'm like, we have some really, really great ones. So I'm definitely really looking forward to see just what we have.
If anyone needs anything right away, that's one of my dogs right there.
I was gonna say like
dog.
I'm shooing the dogs away all morning.
Oh. Oh man. Well, I think the bingo is definitely going to be super fun. This is going to be a great way to come celebrate with us. Natalie, thank you so much for sharing. I need to link everything down below, but let's drop it in the chat for them one more time, and we will get that. So anyone who wants to download a bingo card, you can come download a bingo card and come join us in the fun.
And hosts that are doing panels can still play, correct?
Yep. So whether or not you're a writer hanging out in the live streams, or you're joining us as a guest writer for to host one of the activities, you can join us for all the games and fun as well. You have just the same opportunity to win alongside everybody else on the in the community. Good call out. All right, and then let's what?
That is so cute.
Aw, Mom Mag, I see you brought a little friend over there.
Little is too big of a word for that.
That is so cute.
Who's your friend over here?
This is Ladybug. She is a 18-year-old, get off my lawn, grumpy old lady with the rage of 1,000 Rottweilers.
That's so funny. I have a Rottweiler that is like probably as timid as a gnat.
I have 2 Rottweilers. She runs them.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that's so cute.
Okay, everyone, you can knock off Pet Spotted. Either by my dog or by Ladybug, which it's okay if it's by Ladybug. It's fine.
All right. And then I think our next game, we have another game that's going on in the Discord. Let's see. I had the image somewhere. But let's do the Mad Lib. So we actually have another game that you can participate just by joining us in the WriteNow Discord. And Courtney, I'm going to let you take it away when I go find the image.
Yeah. It should be in the background.
Oh, I'm like, yeah, I knew it was somewhere. Right. Our Mad Libs. Okay, awesome. So let's drop us from the screen.
So I have Mad Libs done, and then in the Discord, I have it set up where it can be just the list of what you need with the prompt spoiled or the picture of it included. However you play Mad Libs, both options are going to be there for you, but we think it would be really cool to bring the Discord party in and talk about maybe some of the funniest or the best concoctions that you guys come up with in Discord.
Yay. So this is going to be one of our ways to celebrate in the Discord. So if you want to come join us for that Discord Mad Libs. Courtney, have we thrown it in the Discord? Yep. Well, we'll throw it up in the Discord for all y'all so you can come join us. There's a list of words. Let's see. There is a list of words where you can help us share and create the story. We're going to choose your best Mad Libs, your best Mad Lib words. How many are there? There's what, like, there's 26 different words to choose from. So we're going to choose your best word descriptions and read the final story at the end of the WriteNow-a-thon. And I was like, let's see. And yes, I was like, we definitely have quite a number of words to choose from. So even as I pull this up, let's see, I'll pull this up. As you can see, we have definitely quite a number of words to choose from. So we're going to throw this in the Discord. If you are not already part of the Discord, come join us. The Discord is where the core writing community, where we hang out, we chat with each other, and we definitely do not procrastinate from writing. Oh man, awesome. And then let's see if I'll throw up a Discord invite. Should be linked down in the YouTube description, but I will throw up a Discord invite down in the chat. The Mad Libs is going to be fun. I remember always loving and having a great time with Mad Libs, especially when I was a kid. I did Mad Libs a lot, actually, especially when we did like school things, because people come up with the craziest words.
Yeah.
Awesome. So just drop the WriteNow Discord invite. So if you want to come join us on the fun for the Mad Libs, that's definitely going to be bomb.com. Awesome. So definitely looking forward to that. Like I said, we have a couple of ways for you to be involved, whether you want to join us on the bingo or the Mad Libs. And then that's not even all. We are doing free giveaways. So we have so many giveaway offerings in the community that a lot of the guest writers wanted to give to you, the writing community. We're going to be doing some epic giveaways. And let me tell you, this is going to be so cool. And all you have to do is just hang out in the chat. We'll be doing our first giveaway in just a little bit, and then we will be doing them throughout the course of the stream. Let's see. Let me throw up. I'll get some of the giveaway stuff here. All right, perfect. So we will give it to you. Okay. Court, I need the giveaway link to the file. All right. So we can give you guys a little bit of a preview of all of the giveaway stuff. I was going to pull up the file, but it's not working.
It's in the chat.
Yay. Awesome. So let me pull that up. And wonderful. So you guys can get an idea. We are giving away quite a lot of stuff and fun. There we go. We don't need that. All right. And I will throw this up on screen. So we're going to be giving away, and this is from our authors in the community who are giving this away to you for free just by coming and hanging out with us in the Right Now community. So we're going to be doing some very fun things. We will be going throughout the course of the stream. These are absolutely free. All you got to do is hang out with us in the community. We will be doing giveaways periodically as we journey through the Right Now-a-thon and celebrating through all of the craziness, all of the writing shenanigans that we are coming together to talk about. So it's definitely going to be fun. Definitely looking forward to it. And one of the things I love is I love getting new books, new services, new tools to help be a better writer. Man. And guys, this is one of the things whenever I go to writing events, I always feel like I go super motivated, and then I leave these things and I'm like, wow, I'm even more inspired. I'm like more motivated. I feel like I have to go like finish Scarecrow tomorrow. That's how I'm hoping that I feel on Sunday. So guys, all right, I'll finish Scarecrow next week. It'll be out to a bookstore in 1 week's time. There we go. There's my motivation.
Yeah, right. I'll finish my next working project by the end of next week because of all of this weekend. So that's the goal.
Oh, that would be lovely.
And
let's keep it into existence, okay? That is how that works.
Our thoughts into existence. I completely agree with that. And I think one of the things that we really wanted to do different with the Right Now-a-thon was we really wanted to create a celebration, a festival, an experience for us to come together and just celebrate writing. We've been to so many writing conferences. So many of you have seen so many virtual conferences online. We wanted to do something a little different where not only are there workshops and presentations, but there's also games, activities, and conversations that we are including you, the writing community, in, because we couldn't go on this journey alone. So very exciting. We got some fun stuff. And I think I saw, was there a question up there? Oh yeah, poetic. This was a great one. Why do today what we can put off until tomorrow? Absolutely love that, my friend. You must be a true poet. My poetic journey. Absolutely love that. I was like, I feel like we never get enough poets in the community. I love that. When I think about the greater writing, like the Right Now community, I would say a majority. I would say it's probably like 70% authors, and then 30% a mix of screenwriters, graphic novelists, fan fiction, and poets would be the other mix. I'm hoping next year we bring in more of our screenwriters, poets, graphic novelists, because
we've also got game writers.
And game writer, you're absolutely right. We've definitely gotten some game writers before, because at the heart of it, right, we're all trying to do the same thing. We're all trying to write a compelling story that makes people feel something. Whether you're writing a script, whether you're writing a 150,000 word novel, or whether you're writing a poem. It's all storytelling. All that changes is the format, the nuances, and the structure as you go from style to style. So, oh, I love writing. I'm such a writing nerd, guys. When you guys were young, actually, I'm curious. When did you guys start writing? I'm just really curious. I started writing when I was like 6 or 7. I was such a nerd. I sat in the back of the class and pretended to listen.
I've been telling stories since I was a kid. Like, I'd say probably since I was like 7 or 8. Whenever my parents first took me on a vacation and I got to read a lot of Native American stuff. But I think I started officially writing about when I was 12, and that eventually became Pirates. So,
yay! I know, Soul. That's such a huge accomplishment for you to be able to publish a book that you're working on for 20 years.
Oh, that was just so awesome. I don't think I'm ever gonna feel that accomplished ever again.
And I think that if there's anybody I have respect for, like persevering through something that you've worked on for such a long time, like that's a huge accomplishment, my friend.
I started writing in 2024, so I'm a baby writer. I'm just a baby.
But you know what's incredible, Court, is even though you started in 2024, you've grown exponentially joining our community. And you've already published your first book before me. Like, you're doing awesome. You definitely been.
I also have a lot less word count than you do, so like, don't start.
I know you crazy fantasy writer, and your 170,000 word count.
Yeah, and my 69,000 words, like, it doesn't compare. Okay, you make whole magic systems. We don't write the same genre.
Oh man, what about the rest of you guys? When did you guys start writing?
I like would write stories, serialized stories for like in junior high. Okay, so like, okay, let's go back to like 1978, and like the early 80s when I was in high school, I was writing for like the school paper and stuff. I wrote in college, and then I just, after a creative writing course in college, I just stopped writing because other things, mom life, farm life, all of that stuff. And then in 2015, anyone who knows my stories knows that I literally had a stroke at the bus stop and should be dead. Should be dead. Still have brain damage, still have issues, but I started writing to relearn language. And my occupational therapist was like, "You're pretty good at this writing thing. You should do more of this." And 2.5 million words later, I have 40 published books.
That is so, and that
I just
Mama,
don't
you have
shut up.
An inspirational story that you were able to persevere through, like that. It's crazy. You're through your health, and then take the positive, the upside of it, and then go on a full writing journey. It sounds like ever since that happened, you haven't stopped writing since.
It's become a coping mechanism because I have constant pain and word vomit. My hummingbird muse word vomiting has become the distraction from the untreatable side effects that I have. And so it's just, and I tell people, I'm like, you know, if brain damaged, stroke addled, memory loss mama can write a book and publish a book, you can too. And there is someone out there, even if you only have 10 people buying your books or 3 people reading your books, there is someone out there waiting for your story. So don't ever say, my book's not good enough, my story's not good enough, nobody wants to hear, you know, don't let the imp, the imposter syndrome, don't let the imp win. Please put your work out there. Be brave. Join Brain Damage Mama and publish.
Definitely sounding like you have definitely some good stuff to read. It looks like a recommendation here in the chat to go check out some of your 40 published works. And I know, Mom Maggie, you're also giving away one of the books in our giveaways later on in the Right Now Thon. So
when my thing comes up, because I write in so many different genres, and I know that like sometimes, like having been part of other write-a-thons and community author tube conventions that we've done, that not, you know, like not everybody reads this genre or that genre that you write. And I write in a variety of genres, and I'm like, pick a book, pick a book. I'll send you an EPUB copy. If for some reason you can't read EPUB books, because some people's brains don't process digital media that way. I know mine gives me issues sometimes. I have issues with screens. If you're in the contiguous United States, I will be happy to send you a print copy if I've got one available, because, I understand people read in different ways. And don't ever let somebody tell you that, like, listening to audiobooks isn't reading. Reading ebooks
Listening
isn't
to
real reading.
audiobooks is reading 100%.
And it's like, I'm sorry, no.
I think it's fine to make that distinction, right? Reading a paperback book is a different experience than listening to an audiobook. You're just consuming the story differently. But the way that we look at it, let
your brain
consume the story however they want to consume the story.
Your brain still processes you consuming that story.
I'm still playing a movie in my head.
And that's part of the reason that I have the writer reading lit playlist on my AuthorTube channel. Some of my stories, I've just read them on to my YouTube channel as a podcast, because my brother only consumes audiobooks to the tune of like several hundred per year. Like, he listens to like 4 or 5 books per week, because he's an over-the-road truck driver, and you can't exactly drive an 18-wheeler down the road with a paperback propped up on the wheel. They frown on that.
I absolutely love this. Like, I had to show this. So, like, when we were talking about our dragon corn earlier versus, I think it sounded like a mecha dragon. Soul did a sketch of a dragon corn, and I just had to show it. Like, this is so cool. Guys,
I didn't realize it was going to be in that orientation, but it was a random sketch.
We love creativity. And once again, guys, the Right Now-thon is our way to celebrate you. So if you have something creative that you want to share, whether you are an artist, I'm not with like design, the best I can do is stick figures. I have the words are my strength, but anything like drawing, it's like, all right, maybe hopefully it looks like a person and not like a chicken or a bear. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Or if you have like any excerpts of stories that you want to share, little brief excerpts, we would love to share throughout the Right Now-thon. Post your stuff in the Discord. Celebrate with us in the Right Now-thon Discord. We would love to see you. The goal of this festival is for us to celebrate our shared progress, because let me tell you, 2025 has been a journey, and 2026 is going to be even better. It's going to be even better. I'm envisioning Scarecrow on a bookshelf in 2026. I know that's one of my goals, and I'm sure all of us have some really, really cool things planned. So I am definitely stoked and looking forward to it. Okay, let's see. So I know at one point, so give me just a second. Bear with me, just uno momento. All right, so we definitely got a lot of fun stuff signed up for the Right Now-thon. We are going to soon be hopping into the first session. So we're soon going to be hopping into the first session, which is going to be super exciting. But before we do, I had posed a question to the chat about what was your 2025. If you could give yourself a chapter title for 2025, what was your chapter title for your writing journey in 2025? And we had some really great, we had a lot of really great ones, actually. Yeah. Let's see. And we kicked it off with Mama Maggie's Chaos Rider, Mayhem, but with time travel. Chapter 2025, in which I finally make enough money writing to pay for a couple of tanks of gas. You and me both, my friend. You and me both. I think we all resonate with that. Like, maybe we'll scrounge together enough nickels to sell one book. Sam, 2025 chapter, the era of surprise. There's new boys to write. Ooh, I love that. 2025, the side quest of everything. Ooh, Jenna, that sounds pretty epic. It sounds like 2025 was literally epic. The epic side quest to all the things that could have, should have, and almost were written. Poetic. Chapter name. And then. Very, very, very poetic of you. Good friend. I absolutely love that. Lynn, 2025, Silent Expansion, 2026. Into a new genre and trying new things. Ooh, I love that. I know a bunch of us tried new genres in 2025. So that's very, very cool. Stephanie, I feel like a lot of people can resonate with this. I wrote all this and now I got to edit. What did past me do this for? Like, all right, now I have 150,000 words. Now I got to make sure it all makes sense. Emily, 2025, writing of genres that in it to win it. 2025 chapter, were you trying to kill me? That's probably how all of our characters feel, don't they, ML? Oh no, that's how most of my characters feel. I imagine that one story where the author gets trapped in their own world, and that might become one of my nightmares in the future.
Raise your hand if you wouldn't survive most of your author worlds.
If I could raise more hands. My author world is very dangerous.
I write contemporary romance. We already are surviving in my world.
I think I'd actually adapt pretty well to most of mine. Fan fiction or not, yeah, I think I'd be okay in all but one.
Oh man. Well, we definitely had some great names here. We definitely had a lot of great 2025 chapter titles. Thank you guys all for participating. I was very curious to see just what all of your journeys were like. And like I said, so we have a lot queued up. We're going to be transitioning into the next bit. So make sure to hang around. You'll see more of our other writers here in the community around. Let's see. So with our next thing, we're going to be queuing up we will be queuing up a giveaway for our next section. So we're going to be queuing up a giveaway in just a moment as we're going to get ready to transition to our next event. All right, so let me make sure that we have this all pulled up because I know I'm ready to become a genre bender. Have you ever wanted to become a genre bender? Because let me tell you, doing different genres is hard. For those of you who write in one genre, and then if you're a part of the WriteNow community, we kind of forced you to write in horror or supernatural or thriller for a fiction contest. Or maybe you joined us for Faded Fantasy and you push yourself into the fantasy or the romance category. We have definitely been challenging writers, and writing in a genre that you're not used to can be very, very fun. And I think it pushes us to become better writers. So let's see, without further ado, I'm going to cue this up on the stage and we will get this going. Let's see, uno momento, and all right, my friends. So you're going to see the rest of us throughout the WriteNow-a-thon. Make sure you come stick around. Mama Maggie, Natalie, Courtney, Soul, thank you for joining us. We'll be back in actually just a couple hours for the 2025 look back. We have a special video, and we're going to be talking about what did 2025 actually look like for all of us. We'll be having an in-depth discussion with the Quilluminati and the other authors in the community. Thank you all for joining me, my friends. We're going to be queuing up and transitioning into our next panel. Let me tell you guys, we got 30 hours of live streaming, so most of us will be back. All right, and I'm going to queue up Adrian's. Perfect. So we're going to be transitioning into our next one. We will be going into bending genres to your will. And let me tell you, this is going to be an awesome conversation. You're going to discover the magic of blending genres. Join a panel of authors who twist expectations while keeping readers grounded. We'll explore how to weave surprise into familiar genres, how the pros pull it off, and what the future of genre bending looks like. Make sure to stick around. There will be Q&A as well. So this is going to be a fun conversation. And let me tell you, we have a couple of exciting, incredible authors joining us. So without further ado, let me please welcome to stage one of our other fellow writers in the community. You probably saw him if you joined us for the Read Now Book Club earlier in the year, or maybe you've just been around YouTube and you've read some of his stuff. Because let me tell you, Mythic was an incredible, incredible book. Without further ado, let me welcome to the stage my friend and fellow writer, Mr. Adrian Santiago. Welcome, my dude.
What's up, guys? How's everybody doing today?
I think everyone's super stoked. We've had so much writing enthusiasm in the chat so far. I think everyone's like ready to like just celebrate writing.
Right on, man. Sounds good. I think that the folks in the chat were asking about the giveaway. I think you were supposed to give something away before handing it over to me. Was that the case?
Am I supposed to give something away? Well, you know what? I think this is the perfect time. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to queue up the giveaway right now. We'll actually be giving it away at the end of the panel, but you're going to be able to enter right now. So let me throw up the giveaway. You are absolutely right. And nice. We will queue it up. Let's see. And Adrian, if you want to do the honors, you can read our little blurb that we have queued up for it. And here we go. So this is going to be our first giveaway. And of course, we wanted to give away your book, the awesome. And let me, guys, I can tell you, Mythic is such a great read. We read it in the Read Now Book Club, and it's really fun. This is, let's see, so Mythic, Shadow of the Spark is an adult sci-fi fantasy novel with an ensemble cast, LGBTQ characters, BIPOC representation, and an epic plot. This 457-page book comes signed by Mr. Santiago himself. It bends genres, contains adult content, and kicks off an epic series. Enjoy.
Nice.
Adrian, nice. Do you want to give a quick shout out for like what can readers expect if they win a free copy of Mythic?
Yeah, so it's gonna come to you in the mail looking exactly like this. These are your main characters that you're going to be following on their epic adventure, and beyond this book as well. This is going to be a 5-book series. I'm still writing book 2 right now. This will come to you signed and personalized. If I get at least your name and where you're from, where I'm shipping it to, I will have a little personalized message in there for you as well. So look forward to that. And it is apropos for our discussion today because there's lots of little genre bending stuff going on in here. I also brought along a friend who is going to join us for this discussion. Kaufman, will you also stick around for this discussion with us as well?
Absolutely. I would. All right. I would absolutely love to stick around for the discussion.
If we can bring him on, we have Martin Lejeune here with us, the sci-fi author extraordinaire. Bring him on up.
Perfect. I will let you do the intros, my friend. And without further ado, welcome to the stream, Martin.
Martin, welcome, buddy.
And you are muted.
You're muted, bud. He's got it.
It's me.
First impressions, Martin. Come on.
Oh, you know me. I'm old and jaded.
So the reason that I have the three of us together today is because I, for one, like to mix lots of little genres together into my book. Martin, you are bouncing from genre to genre across a couple different series that you're involved in, and the extent of which ones you share with us is entirely up to you. Kaufman, I haven't read your book yet. I would love to.
It's okay.
But from what I understand... But from what I understand, it is a twist on the genre. Yes?
It is definitely a twist on the genre. At least readers so far have been likening it to Wizard of Oz meets Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah.
At the end of the world.
this sort exactly. So that's why the three of us, I think, can discuss this topic together, because we all touch on genre within our work in various ways.
Absolutely. And then Adrian, before we get further, let's for the chat. So real quick, for anybody who wants to win Adrian's book, if you want to win a copy of Mythic, Adrian's book, all you have to do is type into the chat #Spark. So if you want to win a free copy of Adrian's book, this is a physical copy. You'll get it mailed directly to you. All you have to do in the chat is type #Spark. We will be giving it away at the end of the talk. So type in #Spark for a chance to win this author copy. It'll be signed by Adrian himself. And let me tell you, it is absolutely a great, great read. And definitely, Adrian, it looks like you already have a couple of fans and readers in your community hanging out with us.
I've got Maggie here. She's my #1 fan. I think she's read my book more times than I have, and I wrote it. So yeah, I'm grateful to see all you guys here. Welcome.
It's a wonderful
So definitely
book.
make
Really
sure.
is. Since I got my
Definitely make
copy,
sure to type in #Spark if you want to win a copy of Mythic Shadow of the Spark. We'll be giving it away at the end of our talk. So #Spark into the chat, and we'll be circling back to that in just a little bit.
What was that, Martin?
It's just such a wonderful book. Since I got my copy, I've not had a problem keeping doors closed.
It is a chunky monkey.
It is a really good.
It's got some heft to it.
You know what? It's like, if you get the book, you're like, who needs to read the book? I just needed a door stopper.
It's multi-purpose.
And
multi-genre, multi-purpose. It does
multi-genre, multifunctional. Yeah.
Martin, by the way, Martin, for anybody who doesn't know you, do you just want to do like a quick little intro of who you are, what you do?
My name is Martin. I am one half of the writing team behind the McMurdo Rift series, Book 5, coming 2026. I am also the solo author of the Pulsar Sky Space Adventure trilogy, which drops on the 17th of January. Get your pre-orders in now. Audio, print, and ebook.
Ooh, that's exciting. So what genre is that? Is that sci-fi as well?
Yeah, sci-fi, space adventure, bit of military.
Okay.
I've also been working on a urban fantasy series, which I'm looking at sort of around the middle, late next year, which is basically about your typical 16-year-old chosen one who has to save the world and where she is at 40.
Ooh, that sounds really exciting. That sounds like a fun little read. How long has it been out? How long has that book been out yet? The first one?
McMurdo Rift dropped at the start of 2022. And yeah, Book 4 launched at the start of last year. Book 5 is currently with my editor.
Yay. Well, I can totally resonate with that. My book will soon be in the hands of an editor. So hopefully I'll be catching up to you guys soon in 2026. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I saw the cover reveal, Kaufman. That's a sick cover, man.
Yeah, well, I got inspired by your cover. I remember how you told me. Yeah, I remember very early on when you were telling me about your book, how you told me about your inspiration and how you had like a clear vision for it. And when I was thinking of the idea for mine, I'm like, okay, what type of book cover do I want? I want something that matches the character journey and it gets like the core idea of it, but it also, I want it to feel like it's like a real published book, that like a traditionally published that you could see on a bookshelf. And I wanted to adhere to fantasy trends, and a lot of fantasy genre trends is generally character in an action pose of some type.
Nice. Yeah, that's exactly what I was, going for when I was doing mine, was like trying to accomplish something with the cover. Like, what do I want to accomplish with the cover? Like with mine, it was, I want to get all of the genres represented into it. So you have the, detective, crime, thriller, mystery represented by a man stalking his victim down here. You have the very sci-fi neon kind of city, the flying little car, the drone floating above her. That's all sci-fi. And then this like promise of like something more, this like kind of fantastical planet up here for like the promise of like fantasy that's gonna trickle in little by little.
And
So-
Adrian, what's really interesting is when we think about like bending genres, I feel like your book, and actually eventually my book, actually probably does a really great job of bending genres. March, I'm not as familiar with your work, but like when I think about bending genres, something that I always want to challenge is when readers walk away from my series, I always want to challenge, where is that line between fantasy and sci-fi? Now, I know, Adrian, your first book very much challenges that line, especially when you introduce your magic. The thing for me is like, okay, mine is very clearly a fantasy world, but there is a lot of science fiction elements. The farther we'll get into the series, the more it actually starts challenging that sci-fantasy genre blend.
Yeah. Yeah. I wanted to kick it off with a question to you guys, actually.
Sure.
Do you think of genre do you think of it as a creative tool, a set of reader expectations, or a marketing label? Like, how does it play into your creativity? Where are you coming at it from with all the different ways that genre affects a book? So I'll kick it off. So for me, it's a creative tool, right? For me, it's a way of like putting either possibilities or limitations into my story, right? If I decide I'm writing a sci-fi book or a fantasy book, I have decided certain things for myself within that world, right? And certain boundaries that I can or cannot step out of. Right. So for me, it's a creative tool. It's a way of like setting the scene, setting the stage. But that, and this is going to be kind of a theme for me in this discussion, is that for me, the big genre, the one that you sell, right, the sci-fi, for me, sci-fi fantasy, is the backdrop. That's the world that the characters exist in. It's a sci-fi fantasy world. So like I've set the rules and the expectations for the world. And as the reader explores the world, he gets to look around at all this cool world building genre stuff. But whatever plot we're following from one time to another can be any genre, whether it's your crime thriller thing or whether it's a bounty hunter, on the hunt kind of thing. I was watching I was reading Stormlight Archive by Brandon Sanderson, and in one of
Adrian,
them
I just started reading Stormlight Archive.
There's a trial, there's a chapter where it's a trial, there's a character on trial. And so for at least one chapter, it's a courtroom drama. You know what I mean? This big fantastical story like has to exist within a courtroom for a chapter or two. And so like that's where I'm coming at it with this, with what genre is. It's a creative tool. Like right now in this chapter, we're in a courtroom, so now we're in a courtroom drama.
You know what's really interesting when I think about genre and I think about where we're at in today's book industry and reader industry, I think when we think about genre, we have to differentiate between what do writers and authors think about genre, and then what do readers think about genre, because I think that's two different perspectives. When I, as an author, as a writer, what to me is genre? Genre tells me the type of universe that I'm generally going to be telling my story in. But of course, there's going to be a lot of like sub elements and things that are going to change. I could be writing a fantasy story, but then let's say there's a lot of romance subplots, right? Then it becomes romantasy. And then that's why there are so many different subgenres, because there's so many different ways to tell a story. When I think about it from the reader perspective, I think genre becomes an expectation. And I think from a reader, because the one thing as readers that we don't want to lose is time. And if we're investing time into a new book, we don't want to start reading something and have it not be the type of experience that we want to have. So I think genre helps readers find and locate the categories of books that they want to go on.
It's very much like if you go to get a chocolate bar abroad and suddenly you don't know any of the brands, any of the logos, and you have no idea what you want. You want to know if there's a spaceship on the cover, it's a sci-fi. If there's a guy with a sword, it's fantasy. If there's an illustration of people holding hands, it's romance. It's that sort of shortcut. And it depends if you're sitting down and wanting to write something because you want to sell a book, or you want to write the story your heart sings. There's completely different ways of coming at it, and there's no wrong way of doing it, but you need to be aware of which one you're doing, because if you do the latter and then wonder why no one's buying it, it's much harder to course correct.
And that's where the marketing tool side of it, the marketing label side of it comes into it, right? So like the three options that I laid out when I asked the question was a creative tool, reader expectations, or marketing label. And you guys just laid out all three of those, right? You've got the creative tool in the way that this is what it is for the author. For the author, genre is a creative tool, and we use it.
Incidentally, that's my nickname for you.
Creative tool, thank you. And then reader expectations, right? When they see that cover, they, like you said, they see a sword on the cover, they know it's fantasy. They see a ray gun on the cover, they know it's sci-fi or a robot, right? So that sets in their minds certain expectations, right? And then you have the whole question of, how do I market this thing? Am I marketing it as a sci-fi? Am I marketing it as something else because I have other elements in there? My book, again, as an example, it's a sci-fi fantasy world. So I have the tech, but I also have the magic, right? I've got the driving plot, which is a detective plot, a murder mystery of sorts, a thriller, if you will. And so when I was making this cover, I have the marketing in mind. And I'm like, how can I market all three of those things so that even if the person looking at this cover doesn't specifically know it's a sci-fi fantasy murder mystery, they at least get the vibes, right? The vibes are there. Like, it's very clear. And then once they pick it up and flip to the back, then, I've done the legwork to make sure that they understand this is a sci-fi fantasy. There's a murder mystery element. There's adult content, et cetera, et cetera. So genre being all of those things, at what point in your process do you think about genre for your story? Before you start writing, during the draft, after it's done, you go back and brush it up. Where does genre come in for you in writing?
Adrian, that's a really, really good question, actually. When I go into storytelling, and I think when I think of Scarecrow, I'm like, well, did I start with fantasy? No, I don't think fantasy was at the forefront of my mind, but I know fantasy is my favorite genre, so I was probably going to write in the fantasy genre. But when I started off with an image of a field with, I think, a scarecrow in there. Now, as I look back, I don't think it's a scarecrow. I think it's a tree. But I started off with a short 2-page story with Scarecrow gets his hat stolen by a crow, and then that evolved over time. I didn't start thinking about all the different genre elements until I had actually finished the first draft. I knew I wanted to tell a fantasy story, but I didn't think about what type of fantasy story I really wanted to tell. Once I had the first draft, I pulled myself back and I'm like, okay, what are all the different genre elements that I explore in here? Well, The Last Scarecrow is a dark fantasy story. It's dark fantasy, action, adventure. There are elements of science fiction, post-apocalypse, fairy tale, and folklore in there. So there's all those elements, which are they're like pretty big elements throughout the series, and they're touched on throughout the book, but they weren't big enough to be the defining genres. And I think in the age of social media, I think you want to be able to tell readers, like, what are the biggest genres, because then they're going to have those expectations, but what other types of elements can they expect? Because the more likely that someone is that they know what type of journey they're going on, the more they're going to love the journey even more. Because, like, yeah, I want an action adventure with crazy characters that go through this crazy world. It's going to be dark, it's going to be light, but that's the journey I want. And I think that's how you build devoted readership, because they know what to expect. Readers get mad when they open a book and the genre that was promised is not the story that's delivered.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The same but different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what we want. The same but different. Don't give me the same thing I've always gotten, but give me the same thing I've always gotten.
But you see, that's the hard thing, right? As
Yeah.
authors, we're like, okay, like there's that saying that like any story that we could tell has already been told already, right? So it's really just how do we put a creative spin on it. And readers like don't want something that's extraordinarily different. They want something that feels the same with kind of different elements. And I think as authors, that's like our challenge. How do we give them,
people
something shiny?
People always give me grief about writing big giant books. And
you can be honest, it's me. I say that.
Yeah. You're one of them. There are other people. But the thing is, it's the best way I found to surprise readers, because when a story is so large, it has multiple point of view characters, it has wide spanning geography and whatnot. What it allows for is lots of little opportunities to take left turns and do things like I just said with Stormlight Archive. I just read a chapter where there's a trial going on. Like, this is a swords and shields, magic and fairies kind of book, and there's a character on trial for a whole chapter. And so that's what these big epics give you the opportunity to do, is to do all these weird little, not side stories, because it's part of the main story, but for that one chapter it's a different flavor. And so now you are surprising the reader, not just because now we're in a courtroom, but because we're in uncharted territory for this fantasy book. What's their courtroom situation like? I don't know how this works. I can get surprised at any turn, and then even tropes that are tropes for the courtroom drama genre, for example, in that scenario would be something new and fresh to a reader that almost always reads fantasy. And
Objection.
And all of a sudden it's in there. And Martin, your books, your first series gives me very much these like Firefly, kind of vibes, just kind of like space piratey. Like I dig that stuff. And then Pulsar Sky is more Indiana Jones in space. It's more swashbuckly. It's a little more adventure, and exploration and all that kind of stuff. So like these different flavors that you're playing with, you know what I mean? Like they come with their own surprises and their own ways that you can mix it up. But like in your first series, there's a bar on the ship, and like that gives you a very different kind of scenario for characters to like sit and talk that you don't normally get in a sci-fi book, where they're up on the bridge like staring out at space and shooting lasers at stuff. You know what I mean? Like you're getting to play with different flavors within a very strict genre. You're still getting to go off in these other corners.
And within the series,
it's interesting.
Like the second book is like a disaster movie. The third book is a war film. The fourth book is called a disaster, but it's more of a horror movie. And then the fifth book's more of a political thriller.
Do you guys think that happens pretty often with series, where the first book kind of sticks to generally the core genre elements for the most part, and then as the series grows, expands, or evolves, the books kind of explore, I would say, maybe other subgenres or more diverse elements?
Oh yeah, definitely. You can see it, like if you look at the Marvel movies, they start out quite typical superhero, but then they go a bit mythological, a bit political thriller, and then they go into space, and then they just keep coming.
And they never stop.
So when combining and or reimagining these genres, I'm seeing in the chat folks talking about, well, like once you get into too many, like 4 or 5 genres, you're losing focus. Where's the focus, right? But when combining or reimagining these genres, how do you decide which genre leads the story and which ones support it. Or if you do take these tangents in a chapter, how do you not get lost in this other genre and keep it, grounded with it's a delicate dance.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that's really smart. I think the challenge is, for me, I think less about the genre of it all, and I think about the character journey. A lot of my writing is very character centric. I try to tell stories that have very big characters in a very difficult world. Anytime I feel like I'm lost or I'm straying from the plot, I ask myself, how does this conflict, this obstacle, how does it relate back to the core character's journey of their story I'm trying to tell? And now I think about genre as almost like it's almost like a safety net for me. Once I'm aligned with the character journey, I'm like, okay, is this genre? Does this feel like a dark fantasy genre element? Does this feel like a sci-fi element? Okay, how many sci-fi elements have I done in the past chapter, in the past 5 chapters? If this book is a sci-fi book, is that going to disappoint dark fantasy readers since that's the genre? Probably. If the book feels sci-fi but it's dark fantasy, that's going to disappoint people. So for me, it's trying to find balance so I don't have too many subgenre elements that stray too far from the core one that I'm promising.
Yeah, I think it's very much the difference between genre and tropes, and being in a genre and dipping your toe into the tropes of another genre and not getting too lost in that. If you've got, like Western elements or fantasy elements in a sci-fi, as long as you've thoroughly established your world, you've got that wiggle room. But if you spend 5 chapters, on a ship patrolling the edge of space, and then they have to go and rescue a princess from the castle, you're going to have to do some pretty heavy lifting to make that all sit together in a way that feels natural. But if you sort of have a, Jason the Argonauts style quest, that's not such a massive reframing that you lose your sci-fi genre.
It's funny that it ties really well in with what I was about to ask, which is, how do you balance honoring those familiar genre tropes while still, as we were talking about earlier, surprising the reader, like that challenge of
that's good.
Fitting
that goes
into the
cliche.
mold while still taking left turns and breaking the mold to surprise the readers.
I think this is the stereotype and the cliche argument, right?
Mm.
People want the hero's journey, it goes in the same of, they want the same but different, right? If you use a character stereotype, what's like a really popular thing off the top of my head, what's like a really popular trope that's overdone?
Chosen One.
Perfect for fantasy, perfect for a lot of genres. Chosen One is very much overdone, right? One person chosen to save the entire world. It's not that it's a bad thing. It's been done so many times. Chosen One has been done so many times. It's been done well. It's been done incredibly. It's been done horribly. So when a reader goes into it and they've read, they've watched, they've consumed that type of story so many times, it almost creates an indifference if it doesn't feel like it's different. So I think the challenge is, how do I create a spin or a twist that makes them feel like it's different? And really, it's just the same thing packaged in a way that feels differently.
I've actually been breaking a new series when I was supposed to be working on the 3 I've currently got going, and it started off as the most cliche tropey thing, and I'm having so much fun with it. That doesn't really add anything to your points. I just wanted to say sometimes that's just fun to do.
No, sometimes that's our way in, right? Like sometimes, I can pick a particular trope that I enjoy reading, and form a whole scene around that, and then grow an entire chapter around that, and then grow an entire novel around that. You know what I mean? Like it's sometimes it's the that little spark, so to speak, that you need.
Hashtag spark.
Hashtag. What kind of craft challenges are you guys facing when working across genres like this? You know, there's pacing, there's tone, there's keeping your voice. Like, what kind of stuff like hang you up at all when it comes to keeping the genre steady? Because I know a lot of fledgling authors out here struggle with like voice, tone, pacing. You know, how do you guys battle that stuff?
Oh, that's really interesting. Voice, tone, and pacing. I'm asking myself if I think of genre in that same conversation of voice, tone, and pacing. I think for me, I look at genre as a different tool for the things that I need to do to help tell the story. But I don't think I will generally think of it in terms of my tone or my pacing. I think the tone and pacing is more character centric for me and less genre centric. But I think that's just a me thing. I don't know if that changes for a lot of writers. Adrian, when you're writing and you're thinking of like, all right, sci fantasy, do you usually use tone or do you usually think of tone with genre elements with your characters?
So maybe not deliberately, but I think it does still come into the process, because a lot of times when I'm writing, I will choose score music from films that match the mood or genre of the scene that I'm writing. And so, you know, if I'm listening to like epic Lord of the Rings, you know, fare, that the scene is going to kind of take on that kind of energy. Same if I'm listening to, you know, the Battlestar Galactica soundtrack or whatever it is, that's going to affect how I write the scene. So
McCreary,
yeah. So I think that it comes into it that way because that affects the tone and that affects the pacing. And again, I'm doing it because I'm trying to emulate a particular genre, you know, in that scene. In this scene, you know, we're running from a monster. I'm gonna listen to, you know, horror movie scores, and my writing is going to take on the energy of a horror movie because our characters are running from a monster. And so in that way, it affects the tone and the pacing of that scene to be more along the lines of a horror book, even though it's taking place within a sci-fi fantasy novel, you know. And I've never at any point changed the genre. It's just that in this scene, there's a monster chasing us. So it's going to feel like that, you know. Martin?
What no one tells you is when you do your first book and you're just like, oh, writing books are hard. This is really big. And then suddenly you find yourself, you know, half a dozen in, and you know, you've been coming up with a new idea, a new series, and someone just goes, oh, that character's a bit like the character in the other book. You're like, what do you mean? You're like, oh, you had someone finding technology from an ancient society in that book as well, and you've done it again. And you're like, oh, writing more books makes it harder to write more books.
You think it's getting easier? It's getting harder.
Isn't it supposed to get easier after the book one? All right, Martin, am I like setting myself up? I mean, maybe that's what we're setting ourselves up for: more pain and torment in the future.
Hey man, book 2 has been very hard for me to write. There have been long stints where I'm doing really well and it's flowing and I'm like, oh, this is like, it's finally coming together. And then I'll hit a wall where I'm just like, this book is awful. And I don't know what to, like, you know, it takes a while to get back to, oh, okay, I found it again. I found the groove. That's what this book is. And then it's like,
Oh,
kill it
is it
with
because your
fire.
characters have expectations of you? They're like, Adrian, you have to tell this type of story now.
No, it's not. It's not about that. It's not about expectations. And in fact, like a lot of the challenges with this book is that because of a change in location, it's taking on a very different vibe from the first book, and so it's very much like writing a new genre. I'm not. It's the same genre, but I'm writing something so different from the first book that it's proven as challenging as a first book was. I'm like, I've never written this book before. I'm not writing book one again. I'm writing something different. So like, I've never written this book before. Yeah, there's a learning curve.
Oh man, you guys are making me scared now. I'm hoping book 2 is supposed to be easier, not more difficult.
Well, see, here's the thing. Book 2s are supposed to not be a sequel, right? Like for a new author who's just putting books out there, you're not supposed to start your first book with a series. I don't listen to my own advice, and I started my first book as a series. And so I'm writing a sequel, and yeah, sequels are hard, I'm finding, because of your complaints about every bad sequel that you've ever seen or read. It's usually, oh, the character arc doesn't make any sense, or they had to regress the character to give it a new arc, or the character arc wasn't as interesting because we had that really big epic one in the first one. It's like, yeah, they wrote the first book or the first movie as a standalone. They gave that character a full arc. It was done developing as a character, and then they had to come up with something for the sequel, and that's hard. Like, you've already solved this character's problems.
I think one of the best examples of that, Adrian, is actually the Matrix trilogy. I always tell people the first Matrix, great standalone movie,
masterpiece.
But so when we compare trilogies and we compare like stories, Matrix trilogy, 1 great story and 2 all right sequels, as compared to the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
That's very generous of you.
Great movies that are part of a single story.
Yeah,
and I think when you think of storytelling, it's just that's how you think of it, right? One story, and how long is it told over?
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's where a lot of the challenges come from. It's finding these new ways to challenge your characters, these new places to take them. I of course outlined 5 books, but it's not as easy as an outline when you sit down to write the whole novel. It's quite a different animal. But it's going. I'm about what I was just doing an update, and I am at almost 50,000 words. So about a third of the way through, almost there.
Well, you make some progress, man. I'm only at 170,000 words in my first novel, so.
Yeah, and it's a draft 1, but I have a draft 0 that's done. I've written already 50,000 words before this, so it's all right. It's all right. It's gonna be good.
Hey, I love it. But Adrian, before we transition into your next question, we had a really good question here from the chat. Let's see, a little while from Janine. She asked, do you think it's harder to market these genre blends? I write a science fantasy action adventure set in the near future. No space, no aliens, no fairies.
Please.
Yes, I do.
Very helpful, Martin. Thank you.
All right, guys, move along. Next question.
Any thoughts on the subject, Martin?
I don't know why you're asking me that, because I've listed them at length to you ever since you told me your idea for your book.
Please enlighten the rest of the class.
It's all about, like, as I say, are you telling a story you want to sell, or are you telling the story your heart sings? Because if you want to sell it, you need to be able to, in a sentence, make it clear what that story is. In a picture, make it clear, so clear that they want to read your sentence, that makes them want to read your blurb, that makes them want to read the book. And the easiest way to do that is to lean into defined genres that have, people love to read. Which doesn't mean you can't blend genres. There was this cool little art house movie that put wizards in space called Star Wars. which did just fine.
Very
But,
tiring.
you know,
I've never heard of Star
it's
Wars.
a trickier
heard of
thing to pull off from a marketing perspective. And, you need to be able to tell your story in a split second, because readers now are on TikTok. And that's what it boils down to. They're not, going to give you a second to let you explain what your story is. It's gone. Please don't cry.
Yeah, it's interesting when we think about social media and marketing and advertising, right? Because TikTok, of course, there is a lot of readers on Book Talk. I would say it's probably one of the bigger ones when you compare where our readers between Book Talk, Instagram, and Facebook groups. I would say there's definitely a good portion each, but Book Talk is generally the biggest. And then you're right, readers, we all have short attention spans, whether we're readers or not readers, whether we watch TV and movies or whether we don't. And I think because we have such short attention spans, how do we capture somebody's interest and how do we capture their attention with a book cover, blurb, and then getting them into the book? And I think we have more of a challenge and more of an obstacle when we are doing a genre mashup, especially if it is a genre mashup that is not well known. If you're doing romantasy, that is the most popular subgenre of the past couple of years. Everybody knows romantasy because ACOTAR set the standard for romantasy with Sarah J. Maas and all her romantasy. Now, every YA novel is compared to romantasy in that whole subgenre. So if you're writing a popular subgenre, it's easier. But if you're writing one genre mashup that's like less well-known genres, a little bit more challenging. This is the question I asked myself: what is dark fantasy? And this is what I actually recommend to you. So if you're watching this, whether you're here on the live or the replay, if you are writing a subgenre or you're doing a genre mashup of less well-known genres, do your research. Whether you're still writing the story or maybe the story's done. For me, I went onto Amazon for dark fantasy and I looked up when I type in dark fantasy, what books pop up? When I go to Goodreads, what books pop up under dark fantasy? That tells me the types of books that readers expect. That tells me the types of books that are already out there in the market. I'll look at the cover, I'll read the blurb. I might go look at a review or maybe a summary of the book. So it tells me okay, so these are what readers' expectations are of this particular subgenre. And it might be diverse. It might not, depending how big the genre is. But it gave me a good amount of information for what readers expect for dark fantasy. Of course, I'm doing something slightly different, but it's adjacent enough to dark fantasy that readers will have the right expectation for it.
Yeah, for my book, I boiled it down to what genre is representative of the world and then what genre is representative of the plot. And I narrowed it down to those two. And so for mine, even though it is a combination, though, sci-fi fantasy, I believe, is the accurate representation of the world. And anybody who reads that genre will know what to expect of such a world in mine. And then, crime thriller as the second genre. That's okay. We're gonna have detectives. We're gonna have killers. We're gonna have victims. We're gonna have bounty hunters. We're gonna have crime lords. Like crime thriller. Got it. And boom, that's the book. So you boil it down to those two things. What is the world and what is your plot? And if those two have singular genres that represent the most of it, then market your book under that, and it's honest to what's in your book, and people who read it should find that what's in there is what they expect. If you've written it well, don't lie to yourself and say that it's a sci-fi world and a crime thriller plot and then it's a romantasy. Don't do that. That's obviously not going to work out. But
I would say it's not about writing it well so much as writing it to genre, because you can write something that's
describing it
objectively,
accurately. Yeah, yeah.
you know, not the best literature, but if it features the things readers of that genre like to see, they will give you 5 stars. And, you know, there are some very well written books with marvelous prose that don't do that and get very low ratings. You know, and whether something is well regarded has a lot more to do with that a lot of the time than whether it's, you know, good or bad.
Agreed. Hey Kaufman, I know that we have to do the giveaway before we finish up at the end of the hour, so I wanted to ask this one before we run out of time.
Yep. And then so just a reminder for anybody who hasn't, we're giving a free copy away of Adrian's book, Mythic Shadow the Spark. It is science. It's the subgenre is sci fantasy, right? Is that
right? So it's sci-fi fantasy crime thriller.
Crime thriller. Okay, sci-fi fantasy crime thriller. It's an absolutely great read. I've seen so many comments in the chat of people who highly recommend Adrian's book, myself included. It's a great reading experience. So definitely type in #Spark if you want to win a copy. We'll be giving it away in just a few minutes. But
so guys, Adrian, I wanted to ask how has working across genres helped you discover something about your own voice as a writer? Has it affected your confidence as a writer, your willingness to take risks? How has jumping into these different genres challenged you or made you grow? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Adrian, I'm so sorry. I'm getting distracted by messages. Can you repeat that for me one more time?
Yeah. How do you feel that working across these genres has affected you as a writer? Has it helped you find your voice? Has it affected your confidence, your ability to take risks? How has it challenged you or helped you grow at all?
Yeah, so actually, so what this reminds me of, it doesn't make me think of my own book, The Last Scarecrow. It makes me think of all the writers that I've worked with over the past 2 years. So one of the live streams that we do here in the Right Now community is called the Story and Critique Show. Basically, writers submit a story excerpt. And without reading any of them beforehand, I do a live reading. It's basically a cold reading and then a live critique. Adrian, in the last episode 2 weeks ago, Courtney pulled up an infographic and a poll of all the stories of the 250 story excerpts that have been submitted throughout the course of the show. And we looked at all the different genres. And what was interesting was 2024, the majority of the genres were a little bit more well-defined, like the major genres, fantasy, romance, thriller, suspense. And then 2025, the subgenres doubled. It was very, very interesting. And after critiquing and reading so many stories, I think for me, genre, when I think about storytelling in general, I actually try to take the genre out of it personally. And here's why. Because I want writers to focus on telling a great story with a character that makes sense, a plot that is intriguing, and a world that is fulfilling. And then using the genre elements as a tool to layer into their story. I think genre can give you a direction and it can also be a tool, but I think your story starts with great characters. And I think if you have great characters, your reader will connect with your characters. I've read so many of these different genres from so many different types of writers. I've read really great excerpts. I've read really bad excerpts. And I think a lot of the times, a lot of the writers who struggle, it's not because of genre. I think 9 times out of 10, the genre is obvious. I don't actually think I think if a writer wants to write a coming of age story in a school, I think they know what genre they want to be in. I don't actually think genre is what most writers struggle with. I think the majority of beginning writers struggle more with generally character development techniques, dialogue techniques, figuring out what their personal style is, and more writing techniques than genre itself. But genre is an important element in the refining, in the revision, and the editing process. And I think that's something that can get writers stuck a lot of the time.
And the marketing, they'll find that, after they've written the thing and they're very proud of it, then they go to market the thing. They're like, what genre is this? Martin, what about you? How is, dabbling in these different genres? How has it affected you as a writer?
I think writing, as you say, is risk. Risk is our business. That's what the stream is all about. That's why we're all here. And understanding genre allows you to take those risks. You need to know the rules before you can break them. And that's really what it comes down to, because if you're in, some genres are closer related than others, and some overlap more than others. Most genres can easily fit a romance in. Things like sci-fi and fantasy, and there's going to be a lot of nerds who will get very angry at me for this, have a lot of overlap, and you can mix those genres much easier than, a courtroom drama and a medical drama, unless the case was about a medical procedure. Hang on, I've got a new idea for a book.
That's how that happens.
But yeah, you need to know your genre before you can really start splicing other things in, because you know what works and what doesn't. And when you can do that, that's when you really can take the big risks.
Right on, man. For me, one of the earliest kind of epiphany moments that I had when it came to genre was the character of Faye from my novel. I don't have a huge number of readers, but those who have read it, she tends to be a reader favorite. And she existed in my brain and in my stories for probably a decade before I put her in this book. I kept trying to put her in different stories. I kept trying to put her in different projects, in different genres. She was in a Western at one point. I just kept trying to find a place for her to fit. She came to me fully formed in my brain. I knew exactly who she was, but I didn't know where she belonged. And then, she appears in the door in the short story that kickstarted this book. And so in that way, it made me see she fits perfectly in this world, in this genre, with this kind of plot. And again, you guys have been saying it comes down to character first, and it does. It absolutely does. And that's a perfect example of it coming down to character first. That character was letting me know that she didn't work anywhere else but here. That, and once I plugged her in, she was off to the races. So risk, right? You talk about taking those risks. Try these different things, play with it, see where it goes, and then you'll find the proper genre for everything along the way. I think it is the way that it works out the best for me as well. It is.
I talked to so many writers, and I've definitely had projects where, for whatever reason, it didn't come together, and you're like, well, I like that character. They might turn up as a secondary character in something else. And I've definitely experienced that as well, but you're the only writer I know where I'm just oh, that's a cool character. How'd you come up with that? And you're just there she talks to me in my dreams.
What are you talking about? We never talk to our characters spontaneously or randomly throughout our life.
She's yapping away all the time. I'm like,
I know, trust me. There's my three main characters is a scarecrow, a crow, and a pixie. And all the time I start hearing cawing when I'm talking about life. I'm like, okay, all right, that's just Mr. Crow.
Yeah, man. You should get that checked out. That's not normal. We want to do the giveaway before we run out of time.
Yes. Give me just a second.
Plan for it.
Yes, give me just a second. We are getting it queued up here. Bear with us. Adrian, I'm going to throw the giveaway thing up on stream if you want to give another shout out for it one more time. Let's see.
Right on.
Where was that?
For anybody just coming in recently, we're giving away a copy of this bad boy. It will be signed by me. It will be personalized. It is a sci-fi fantasy crime thriller. It is for adults. There is adult content in here. Do not enter the contest if you are under 18 or something. I don't want to get in trouble with your parents. There's it's a murder mystery, but there's a sci-fi fantasy stuff. There's tech, there's magic, there's a serial killer, there's cool characters, there's action-packed sequences, and all you got to do is hit #Spark.
Yep.
To enter the giveaway. We're about to pick a winner.
Yep. Type in #Spark into the giveaway for a chance to win a physical copy. And then Adrian as well, for anybody who's already read the book, we had a really great book discussion about Mythic right here on the Right Now channel.
Indeed. Yeah. In the Read Now book club, you both did a discussion on the book that I was not there for, obviously, and then you also did an interview with me about the book and how I wrote it, how it came to be. Both of those are on the Right Now channel, so check those out. And if you go to my channel, Books by Adrian, there is a playlist of all my different weird little appearances, and it's in there, so you can easily find it and click on it and enjoy it. It's good stuff if you've read it. If you have not read it and you are on the fence about reading it, you can read the short story prologue absolutely free on my website. You just sign up for the members part of the site with your email. You get the short story and the first 5 chapters to read absolutely free. And then you can decide to buy it and buy it from the store, and it'll be signed and personalized because that's how I do.
Yay. Okay. So let's do it. Let's do this drawing and let's see just what we can do. I was like, okay, let me see if we have.
I have faith in you. I know you can do this.
So without further ado, let me get this queued up on screen. So we're going to be doing a giveaway. If you've typed in #Spark, you will be entered. And let's do it. Oh, what the heck? Why is it entering me twice? Woo! All right, Marta, you win. Marta, you absolutely win, which is absolutely awesome.
Nice.
We will, so because we'll connect offline. By the way, Mythic is an absolutely great book. For our international friends, we're generally delivering digital copies because dealing with international shipping is a hassle. So Marta will be promising a digital copy. Adrian, we'll chat about it after. For our
I didn't know that. Yeah, no, that's not a problem. I can totally facilitate that. I didn't realize that Marta was international. That makes sense. Does that mean that
we have a lot of international friends in our community here?
Does that mean we can pick a second winner for the physical copy?
Yes, we absolutely could. I think. Let's see. Yes. So I think in our advertising, let's see. Let me see. So for
you could also give it away. Yeah, you could also give it away later in another stream.
Yes. So what we'll do is we'll give it away later. We'll do another drawing in just a little bit for one of our for a physical copy of Mythic to one of our US friends.
Outstanding.
Oh, look at that. Marta, that's actually really sweet. Like Marta, then I want to give my American friend a traditional copy. So maybe that's what we do. So she wants to share it with one of her friends. The physical copy. Work. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Give us the
Marta,
info.
that's awesome. So then maybe what we can do is we can send Marta a digital copy, and then we'll get the address of her friend, and we can send them a physical.
Perfect. Get us their name, their address, and any like little fun fact that you want me to like include in the personalized like thing, like something personal. I can go ahead and put it in there. I'll personalize it for you.
Yes, yeah. So we'll absolutely get that. Really, really cool. Let me make sure we can get your details.
Nice. That's fun. I like that.
All right, perfect. So Marta, congratulations. Really, really congrats, my friend. I think, like we said, Mythic's a really great read. You're definitely in for a really fun experience. So we'll make sure to collect that information from you. We're going to get you the form to fill out the information. We'll throw it up in the chat in just a few minutes.
Congrats.
Yeah, Marta, bear with us. Give us just a few minutes, and we're gonna drop the form for you to collect all the giveaway information. Awesome. So once again, very, very cool. And I think that was such a cool giveaway experience. I think as we're wrapping up the genre bending, we really appreciate you, my friends. Adrian, what a great conversation. What a great discussion.
I had more questions, but we were talkative, which is good. So
I know. I think that's always the challenge. I think trying to figure out and trying to navigate the conversation, because there's always more to talk about, especially with genre blending. There's so much on everybody's mind.
But when it comes to these live streams, it's always better to be left with unasked questions rather than asking all the questions, running out of content, and there's still 15 minutes left in the show. What are we gonna do?
Awesome. All right. So let's see. So what I'll do is I'll let you guys do your outros, but I have a special request for all our guest writers today.
Okay.
Once you do your outro at the end, can you give me your best right now?
I knew this was coming.
I'm like, how do I get right nows from everybody? I'll ask all my guests.
Martin, you want to go first, or you want to go second?
I'll let you take it away.
All right, Adrian. For anybody who doesn't know you.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Adrian Santiago here. Books by Adrian is the brand. Go to booksbyadrian.com, spelled like you see my name there, booksbyadrian, all one word.com. Sign up with your email. It's free. You will get access to the members only area. It's going to give you the short story prologue to read for free. It's going to give you the first 5 chapters of this to read for free. There's a store where you can buy stuff from. There's a blog on there where I review books. There's another one where I track my progress on book 2. I'm actually in the process of updating that now. There'll be a new post tonight. I'm putting up character bios and all kinds of fun stuff on that website. It's growing every day. So keep going back to it, booksbyadrian.com. Take it away, Martin.
And your best right now for me.
Oh, right now.
Oh, I love it. Thank you so much. Martin, the same to you. And I try to get right nows from everybody because that's what we're trying to do, right? Motivate people to write now. All right, Martin, take it away.
So I'm Martin. I've written Pulsar Sky. It's basically a Space Lady Indiana Jones. It drops in 3 weeks. Ebook is currently 99 cents. Go and get yourself a pre-order. It is such a fun read. People have said really good things about it. And there are more to come. Right now.
Hey, oh, I love it so much. All right, my friends, thank you so much for joining us. This has been an absolutely great conversation. I'm sure, Martin, welcome to the community. I'd love to have you come join us for some writers groups or come join us in the future.
Oh, absolutely. Pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right, guys. Thanks so much. I'm sure you guys will be around. You're both welcome to join us for some future writing conversations. All right. And perfect. All right. So what a great conversation. What a great conversation as we think about genre blending. Okay. So what a great conversation as we think about genre blending and all the cool things that go into blending genres and the stories that we're telling. But by the way, though, if you're enjoying this writing experience, if you're enjoying being a part of the Right Now community, or you want to come join us on the journey, follow and subscribe. We've been doing this. I've been doing this for 730 consecutive streams. I just want to help you finish writing your book, your screenplay, your graphic novel, your fan fiction, your poetry. We have writers of all different genres, skill sets, styles, and all the stuff. So whether you want to join us for festivals like this, or fiction contests, or critique shows, or workshops, or all the things in between, or maybe you just want to procrastinate with other writers, the Right Now community is the place to do it. So make sure to tap that follow or subscribe button, and you'll be alerted when we go live. Awesome. All right. Beautiful. So wonderful. Thank you so much, my friends. Let me throw the comments back up on stage. How is everyone doing? How are we feeling about genre blending? I hope you're doing well because we are ready to queue up our next guest. All right. And then let me throw up our next card. So we're going to be hopping into a conversation as we look forward into the future. And we start asking ourselves, what does the book industry look like in the next 20 years? What does the future of the publishing industry look like? And here we go. Perfect. Awesome. So when we start looking about the book industry here, dead or alive, what will books look like in 20 years? I was like, make sure I can get this much more efficiently. Books evolved from print to digital in just 2 decades, opening up creative freedom we never had before. But is this where the evolution stops? Join us as we explore what the future of books might look like. All right, my friends, and without further ado, let me please welcome to the stage a fellow writer in the community, Mr. Francisco Aguila. Welcome, my friend.
Hey, what a nice intro. I don't think I could have done any better.
You know what? I try to give everyone super cool intros. You know what? It's a special time, right? I live
Totally.
stream every day. It's like I'm the crazy one who does this daily. It's like I know what it's like. But I think for anybody who's able to take time out of their busy holiday schedule, who's willing to come join us, have a conversation, and just celebrate writing is such a cool thing. So I really appreciate you coming and joining us.
No, thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm excited to be here. I have a heckload of questions in this cup, and I'm going to be bombarding you with them. So
excellent.
it's gonna be
So
fun.
we're going to be having a great conversation about the future of books. But Francisco, first off, you want to do a little intro? Who you are? What do you do?
Yeah, sure thing. My name's Francisco Aguila. I live in New Zealand. It's quite far, quite distanced, very isolated. I love reading fantasy, especially. I love fantasy. There's a passion in my heart for it. And I have written an isekai themed fantasy. Trying to debut with that. Yeah. It's gonna be on my Instagram. I'm publishing a short story prequel, not a sequel. Yeah, prequel, and that will be free. I can link that for later, and I think that's a good enough intro. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I think that's really, really awesome. You said it's what, isekai fantasy?
Yeah, no, it's not too common. It's you see it a lot in anime.
You do, yeah. I've actually
Yeah,
edited
you
a couple
do.
of them.
Oh, nice.
But for any like anime enthusiast, it's what I found about the anime community is, well, it's a little bit more niche in the Western market across the world. And I'm not sure how it is in your part of the world, but I know in most of the Asian markets, it's anime is like mainstream over there.
Very mainstream, yeah.
Very,
But
very mainstream. And I
what
mean,
I'm
for us,
trying to
it's very like
do.
niche. In the US, it's a little bit more niche, but anime tends to have like the most diehard, kind of similar with like gaming. It's one of those genres that have like diehard enthusiasts and fans. So if you can get a reader who's for your read, like they will be like hardcore till the end because they want to learn more and they love that visualization of the anime, the characters, the styles, the concepts.
Oh
I love
yeah.
anime. I'm definitely an enthusiast.
Right? No, yeah. I'm trying to get that out to the West. Trying to get it into novels because you don't really see it too often. But yeah. A fellow isekai author.
I know. Let's see. I know we have a couple of other I think isekai authors in the community as well. I know we have some anime fans here. By the way, if you're an anime fan or you like watching anime, just say anime into the chat or say I. We'd love to hear because I know we have a lot of fellow enthusiasts. WTC, a fellow isekai author. I know Marta loves to draw anime. She has some really great sketches, by the way. Anime, we definitely have some fans. Before we get started, Francisco, I have to know, what is your favorite anime?
Oof.
I know. Mine is always Death Note.
Oh,
Death Note for the win. I love the evil anti-hero trope who thinks that he's doing the right thing by killing bad guys, but really he's just like the worst of the worst. But he's so
I
intelligent.
can see that in you.
So
I can see that with you, Kaufman. I really like no, that definitely is you. I can see that. I really like ReZero though. ReZero. The
You
plot
said
is
3-0.
ReZero.
I don't think I've heard of that
RE
one before. Oh,
zero.
IE0. Okay.
Yeah, it's so the plots are it's amazing. It's really good.
Oh man. Well, we definitely have a lot of anime love here in the chat. We got hero and solo leveling. RE0.
Shoutout is
I
great.
don't know. I was like, I know that took me a second. I've definitely heard of that one actually. When I hear of anime, I always hear like the most popular ones is like, actually right now I think My Hero Academia is a really popular one.
Yeah, it's
One
always
Piece,
been quite popular.
Naruto, Bleach, the main ones. I had a roommate who was like a
Classic.
diehard anime fan, and like they were like a traditional. They're like they have to watch things without the subtitles. Anything like dubbed is like hearsay. Like they like know they like know Crunchyroll library like the back of their hand. And I'm like, wow, that's cool. I watch everything dubbed because I'm multitasking. I'm like, you know it's interesting. I took a class in college to take for Japanese, and the first question the teacher asked, she comes up to the front of the class and she's like, "All right, so let me just ask all of you this: who here is taking Japanese so you can watch anime?" The entire class raised their hand.
That's so real. That
I
is
know,
so
it's funny.
real.
But as we're all here, I know we're here for Dead or Alive. What will books look like in 20 years? So, Francisco, I'll let you take it away with the questions and what you have planned.
Yep. Well, thanks again for being here, Kaufman. I needed someone to question. So, I want to start with the first question. It's really out there, I think. It's probably the most wild question I have. And here it is. Do you think we could ever see a more immersive way for readers to experience written storytelling, with things becoming more immersive with Dungeons and Dragons, VR, virtual reality? The landscape is changing, and I want to know your thoughts on how readers can experience that.
You know, that's a really interesting question. I think when I think about immersive storytelling, I ask myself today, what types of storytelling or what types of ways can readers get more into the types of worlds? And I think, especially with the industry, especially with AI out there and with where the publishing industry is heading, I think readers want to get actually more immersed in worlds. They want to be part of a writer's community. And I think a couple years ago, I don't think it was to that same extent. I think maybe for like the mainstream authors, but I think now readers' expectations are shifting where if they read a book, they want to get into it. They want to learn more about the author. They want to be part of their journey. They want to understand why the characters' backstories and why the world was written the way it was. And they want to be part of like the live stream updates, and they want to know more about the merch drops. And it's almost like the community building aspect of storytelling of the behind the scenes has become more immersive because people want to be part of that experience because they're falling in love with these characters. Now, when I think about the exterior aspect of that, of like, okay, how do I consume the story? Right. So like when we think about there's 4 types, obviously, of books, right? Paperback, ebook, audiobook, and hardcover are generally the 4 types. How else can people consume stories in this day and age? Obviously, like you touched upon, we have video, which is very popular. And then can people, or do we see people using more augmented reality, virtual reality to be able to get more into the types of stories that they want to tell. I'm not sure. If I ask myself, if I put on glasses and I'm watching the story, is it a little bit more realistic? Do we see a future where there's some type of hologram or some type of digital projection where I can see the story told wherever I am? Doesn't matter. Surprise something on a phone or a device. I just put it on and I can watch the entire thing, regardless of light source, regardless of location. I don't know. I think from a external standpoint, we'll probably get there at some point.
I can see it. Yeah, no, that'd be
Mhm.
awesome.
Mhm.
Yeah.
How about you? Where do you see the future of this
Honestly,
type of storytelling going? Do you like?
I
Do you agree with the community aspect?
totally, yeah.
Mhm.
There's another question coming up that's similar to that, but people want to know more about the people writing books, which is
Mhm.
super awesome. Yeah, I love the idea of glasses though. Um, that's really cool. Yeah. I think that's all I have to say for that though.
You know what's interesting is I can see in the chat because people love getting into like the communities. They love getting into the things that they're really adamant about. It almost makes me wonder if I tell a story in one type of format, like a book, is it a missed opportunity if I don't figure out how to transition it into a also like for the screen, or if I don't also transition it to also being for the stage? If I don't find different formats to tell the story to be able to find new people to join the community.
Right. Okay.
Do you feel like you ever see that with like books that you really like or TV shows? I mean, like I think about most recently Stranger Things. Like everybody knows Stranger Things, right? New episodes just dropped. But this last year they dropped a stage musical. Or not music. I think it's a stage play. Like interesting. People think of Stranger Things as like the Netflix show, but then it's also like a stage
Yeah,
play.
yeah.
I'm wondering if we're going to see more things like that in the future, especially with AI making production more accessible. I think that's probably going to be a factor in the conversation. Whether or not it's good or not is who knows. But I think it's
Yeah.
going to give more people opportunities to
Super
create stuff. You no
interesting.
longer need $1 million budget to create something that you can now do yourself.
Yeah. I want to save more of this conversation for later because there's another question that has to do with screenplays and
Ooh,
adaptations.
I love it. Okay, all
And
right, give it to me.
yeah, okay. Oh,
Kaufman can ramble on for just about everything.
you know what? I'll have to find that one. But I'll continue. Okay, you know what? I'll feel bad if I don't ramble on that one now.
I know it's
One
interesting.
second. Here it is.
All right. Okay, give it to me.
Okay. With rising, I made like notes. I can't keep all of these in my head. With the rising of adaptation culture, would writers need to write with screen potential in mind? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think do they need a oh, that's interesting.
Because I don't know. I can feel I can see it happening that books become a little faint and lean towards being screenplays more than they are novels.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting one. Do people need to write with that in mind? Like as novelists, do we need to write with screenplay with the intention or the awareness that it also should be translated to the screen?
Is that
Um,
our job? Yeah.
I think when I think about the past 5 to 10 years, or maybe even 10 plus years, I think when a lot of writers think about screen adaptations from their books, I think a lot of them are probably hopeful of like, okay, if I get picked up by an indie, or if I have an agent, or I get picked up by a big house, then I'll be able to get an offer for some type of screen adaptation at some point. I think there's that. There's always been that hope with a lot of authors. And even as we think about it, like probably 60, maybe even 70% of television and movies that you see were adapted from a book. Like 9 times out of 10, things are
That
adapted
is
from
true.
books.
That
which
is
is
true. Yeah.
which is really interesting. Even though media is more popular than books, books are almost the source a large majority of the time, because books is almost like a testing ground, and it shows that it has a built-in readership that people want to experience and enjoy that story. So I think in the past there's been that hope for adaptations. When I look into the future, I think it might, and I think it might because of AI. And I know that AI is a whole nother conversation, but I think I think previously the only way to create a full adaptation of your work was by going to a production company and caught something that costs 50,000, 100,000, half a million,
Right.
like huge budgets. But like,
Yeah.
as AI gets better, you're going to be able to create that yourself, and AI is going to be able to do it seamlessly. Like, and it's like that's why it disrupts the industry. So it's like, and there's going to be a future where you won't have to go to a production company to build $1 million thing. You'll be able to do it with an AI thing and build out your own your whole own story. And when that type of thing is accessible, both financially and both physically, to writers, to creators, I wonder if there is a future where it's almost going to become like an expectation of like, oh, a book comes out. Okay, when is the adaptation of it coming out? Because you technically don't, and
Right.
there's so much logistics. Like we don't know what AI looks like in the future. There's so many like, okay, well, actors we want real people to be acting, we want real people to be writing, and like that's a whole other conversation. But I think when things are made more accessible from a production standpoint, it's just interesting. It creates more opportunity, and more expectation from viewers and readership.
That's really interesting. I love that answer. Yeah. Okay, now
Yeah.
on to, unless you want to continue.
Oh no, I was just saying, I think we have some really good comments here.
Oh no, I
I
was
know
about
when
to
people
say.
think about, yeah, I know when people think about their books. I know, like WTC said, I play my books in my head as I write them like a movie. Jenna's like, some of us already see them in our head as anime, movies, games. So
I
man,
saw
why
that.
not
Yeah, no,
start there?
Jenna, that's a really good point.
Courtney, that's a good call. You're like, I don't want that to be my job. I think if someone wants to turn my books into media, I want to work with a screenwriter rather than take that from them.
Yeah, totally. I can see that.
Natalie, this happens so often. A lot of people don't realize there is a book until the show movie comes out. I think a great example of this is probably Game of Thrones. Game of
Totally.
Thrones became mainstream. Like, once again, everyone knows Game of Thrones is one of my favorites of all time, but Game of Thrones became mainstream, and the majority of people didn't know it was a book until they saw the show, and then the show was just so well done for seasons 1
Song
through
of
6.
Ice and Fire? What's that? I only know Game of Thrones.
I know. Okay, all right, I'll let you go on to your next question though.
No worries. Next question has to do with AI.
Ooh, I love it.
Okay.
Okay, all right, give it to
Here
me.
we are. AI is a rising concern for authors, having its pros and cons. What opportunities and concerns do you see for our relationship as writers with AI in the next 20 years?
Yeah, so I think that the AI debate is very, very interesting. So I think for us to think about AI in the future, we first have to understand, where is AI presently in the context of the writing and the publishing industry. From all of the writers and authors that I've interacted with, and from seeing how writers navigate the AI conversation currently, there tends to be two sides to this debate. There tends to be the side that is very pro AI, that's very much like, all right, we want to use AI tools to help improve the efficiency, to help improve the overall process, to help make writing a book just a little easier. there's the side that's very against AI. That's very much like, okay, if any AI is used, it's taking out the creative experience, the thing that makes us artists. AI also uses up extremely huge energy consumption. That's other problems for environmentalists. AI is going to replace a lot of work. It's going to replace a lot of jobs, and there's a lot of disruption. And there's, of course, many other points, both for pro and con. And I think a lot of writers have a lot of reasons to be incentivized by AI. And there's a lot of reasons why writers are concerned. And I think there's a lot of valid reasons and concerns on both sides. I think regardless of what side of the debate writers fall on, I think we can all agree that like the one thing that all writers agree on is that we don't need AI to write a book for us. We will always want to write our own books. I think that's something that will never change. The problem is you have so many bad actors out there who are taking advantage of it. And eventually what's going to happen is at one point, viewers or readers, there's going to be some type of mainstream book, movie, TV show that comes out that does critically well. And then we're going to learn after the fact that it was all AI. That's not that's an eventuality. So if I fast track this and I think about in the future, where does it look like with AI and the publishing industry? I think AI content will have its own niche, just like there's other niches. I think people are more likely to be all right with AI content if they know that it is AI content. People don't want to be lied to. Francisco, I tell people this all the time. If you're watching an ad and you don't know that someone's selling to you, you're going to be upset. But if you're watching an ad and they're selling some really cool item and you know it's an ad, you're probably going to want to buy the thing if you like the item. There's a reason that social media shopping is very popular. So I think AI content will find its own niche eventually. I think the use of AI is it's hard. I mean, I think with a lot of technology, you look to where all
Can
of the
you see
major
yourself? Can you see yourself with like another monitor like beside your main screen, just dedicated to one AI model that you can just talk to while you're writing or trying to publish?
You know what, that's interesting. I actually see that I see a lot of bigger creators talk about that of like, okay, let's say like a big creator like Mr. Beast, for example. Let's say that he comes out with an AI version of him, and then people, even though there's like billions of people who are following him, people can now interact with the AI version of him and still get the similar emotional connection. For creators, I myself, if I get to a point where I have a big following, do I want to create an AI replica that can interact similarly with me? Because I can't interact with trillion people or billion, however many people that is, because I'm only one person. But an AI can be an extension. I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. I think what I see personally is when I think about AI, I see the possibility for bringing my characters to life. Like similar to like for anyone who's been involved or seen like our fiction contests, I see a possibility where I can have a scarecrow figure walking across the screen, interacting with people, and for people to feel that it is a believable scarecrow character. And I can have Crow fly in, and Crow is a believable character calling. And we can have Pixie hopping in and giving people BS because she doesn't give a shit.
Super awesome.
And I think AI makes that possible. I think AI makes it possible for me to bring my characters to life in a way that they can engage with the community. I think it's a little different if it's animated, if it's like an animated thing like that, because people are like, okay, that was probably more likely that unless you've hired animators. I think for me, I think what's important is trying to find a balance. When I have the resources, I want to be able to hire real actors. I want to be able to hire real artists, real designers, and real writers, and balance that with the AI tools. So leveraging both. And my guess is probably many of them will be leveraging AI tools themselves. But I think finding that healthy balance for me personally is what success looks like.
Right. No, I'm thinking likewise here. Yeah, it's the in-between spot between the two extremes that that you'll probably be most comfortable in. Yeah.
So when you think about AI in the future though, and like leveraging it, like how do you see it? Do you think that AI is going to be the focal point? I mean, it's once again, it's a highly contested issue.
It definitely is. Somebody who's a little younger and growing up with AI, I can see two sides. Some people fighting over books that are purely made by us people, and other people who are more acceptable to AI content, who like the extra, but I can also see people who purely like mankind's creativity. Yeah. That's my standpoint. Yeah. How can I see it being leveraged? I myself use it whenever I'm writing. I have like a little box on my monitor that's just 4 of my characters who were created by AI to draw, and it's nice to have them there because, like you said, it really brings them to life, and you can quite literally see them. And it was totally free. I didn't have to hire anyone. It was really simple. It took me like 5 minutes, and I can continue on with my book. That would have taken me otherwise days. I would have had to have hired an artist. I couldn't have done that myself. And it has sped up the process of writing a book.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, and like it's interesting. Nicole brings up a really interesting point with generative AI. You're like, okay, what is AI being trained on? Most AI is being trained on stolen stuff, right? And I think that's generally agreed. Most AI companies have admitted it's trained on stolen stuff. That's not right. At the end of the day, what people have shown as humanity, as a society, is that we care more about convenience and things being faster. So yes, that is wrong, and we need hopefully people better than or people with more knowledge will be able to hold the companies accountable for their wrongdoings. At the end of the day, people care more about convenience, and that's just based on the last 20 years of the internet. People care more about convenience and efficiency more than morality. It's unfortunate. I don't think it's and I think we can be vocal about what we want, but I think if I expand that thought, I think people are going to care more about doing things more easily than about the morality of where the things are coming from, which is why I think it's actually really important to be able to voice concerns. I think we do have to hold AI companies to a higher standard, so that way in a couple hundred years, we aren't bowing down to Skynet and all the Terminators.
Totally right.
Yeah. I was like, AI will probably take over the world one day. I'll at least try to be nice to my future AI overlords. Oh man!
What a way to answer that
Francisco,
question.
I'll let you queue up your next question. I know I can talk about AI for ages.
That was a great answer. I'd love to hear it. Very interesting. And here's our next question: do you think the traditional publishing method will exist in 20 years, or will we see a shift in how authors get their books to readers? We're already seeing this with things. Self-publishing has become extremely easy, or maybe not extremely easy, but easier. There are sites such as Royal Road where you can write a book and publish it for free, and people read it. You can upload to Amazon too. So back to the question. Do you think that the traditional publishing method will still exist, of having to hire an agent, wait for a reply, and just hope and pray to a god that somebody accepts your book for what it is?
Okay, first off, Francisco, I have to say I love this question. Because one of my missions that I'm on is to help writers finish their stories more efficiently. I think about the barrier to entry for a lot of writers. Assuming writers can finish their book, how do they get their book out there? If they go the self-publishing route, then they're doing everything themselves, from the production side to marketing to doing that for until the end of time. If you're going the indie route, indie publishing, you're represented by an indie publishing, generally a smaller press. You're basically splitting the work. You're still expected to generally do certain things, especially marketing, but it's split. And you're working with a publishing house who they probably have network, they probably have connections, so they're able to build awareness for your stuff more quickly.
Right.
Then there's traditional publishing, right? Big Five, they have all the resources. They have the big networks. They can get you to the New York Times and all those places because they've been in the industry for many years. And there's a reason that there's the Big Five or the Big Four currently. But so when I think about the three different publishing industries, and then of course with the internet, with Amazon, how has self-publishing has become basically this monumental behemoth for more opportunities to writers. More writers can publish their work now, but it's also opened it up to more not so good books. It's also opened it up to more not so good books.
That's a really important point. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's definitely something that's very, very important. I think about what was, I think about like, what does that look like when I go into the future? What does that, how does that change? I think self-publishing is going to, I actually think it will probably make indie publishers more bigger. I think more and more people are probably going to want to go in the indie publishing direction because it's more accessible. It's my hope and my belief to help writers with the self-publishing side of it and make self-publishing a more effortless journey in a sense. Writing a book takes time, right? Writing a book takes time, it takes energy. There's a lot. I'm not saying writing a book will never be easy, but I think writing a book can be made more consistent with things like having a community, with having resources, with reducing the barrier to entry for book editing. Book editing costs a lot of money. Designing book covers, all the things that prohibit writers from writing. I think it can be made just more smoother. I think it can be made a much smoother experience. And I think like when we look like 10 years in the future, how do the industries look like? I think indie publishing will probably be much bigger. I think it'll just continue to grow because more writers are going to realize like, okay, I want to do my own things, but I also want to work with somebody else. And
right.
I think,
Totally.
Indie publishing presses becoming predominant as well. I feel like every day I'm seeing a new somebody who's starting a publishing press rising up on our socials. So I think more of them will start up, maybe more coalitions. Yeah.
That's super interesting. I like the idea of going through that middle ground of indie publishing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a good balance. Similar with AI, having that middle ground.
What do you think? Do you think that we're still going to have three defined book industries when we look like 10, 20 years in the future?
I do. Yeah, I think self-publishing is going to be kind of like a place, a market where indie publishers can look at authors, small time authors who want to rise up.
Mm-hmm.
And it does help that self-publishing will be available and quite a lot easier. And then traditional publishing might still exist too. Oh, I say might. It definitely will.
Yeah, it's like, do we ever think traditional publishing will go away? Probably not. I don't think the big five will here, but I think that if they don't adapt, they will become less relevant. I think that's I think if they don't adapt, they'll be beaten out by the writers who grow a following on TikTok and then become bigger. The writers who grow a following on social media and create their own
That
thing.
plays a big
I
part
think
too.
they do have to be relevant.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I think that is my ground. Yeah. I think self-publishing and indie publishing is going to be more tied together, and traditional publishing is probably going to be fighting up there, still staying
Mhm.
strong. But as
Mhm.
you say, social media does play a big part in this.
Yeah, I almost wonder if self-publishing and indie publishing will become more intertwined in a sense. I wonder if, because like when we think about how long has Amazon really been around? What, about 20 years? Say give or take. Amazon's 20
Yeah,
years.
give or
But
take.
so I want to say 2000, the early 2000 era, Amazon was really established, I believe. Don't quote me on dates. But I think that ebooks really became a thing in the early 2010s. In the 2010 to 2015 was
Yeah.
really ebooks became predominantly take over the market, and that was only about 10 to 15 years ago.
It's quite recent, yeah.
I do think audiobooks will continue to blow up. And I tell everyone
Definitely.
this: if you are publishing a book and you are not making an audiobook, you are literally leaving money on the table. Of the 4 types of books you can put out there, audiobooks are the audiobook market is continuing to grow exponentially year over year because more people want to multitask. More people want to listen to a story while they are doing something else. So that I always tell everyone, like, do an audiobook. Even if the audiobook is literally just you reading it aloud, reading your own book aloud to your phone, you can do it so easily. You don't have to make it super professional. You can get to the professional place eventually, but make a placeholder. Your community will appreciate you. Your readers will appreciate you if they just want to hear the audiobook experience. Like, hey, this is going to be my placeholder. I want you guys to have an audio book version so that way you can listen, so you can consume the story the way that you want to consume the story.
Yeah, no, that's super interesting.
Mhm.
I'm just looking at CJ's comment here. Yeah, I think indie and self-publishing is growing, and that comes with its downfalls. But I hope the trend of self-publishing to get rich ends before it does damage to the indie self-publishing space.
That's really interesting. I mean, I think a lot of people, I think publishing a book is so that the act of publishing a book itself on Amazon takes 5 minutes. Like, it doesn't really. Publishing a book
Yeah.
itself, that process is very, very easy. Writing a book is hard. And I think because publishing a book, the act of publishing a book is easy. It's created this almost this like mindset over the past 5+ years that like, okay, all I have to do is publish one book, blow it up, and then make tons of money. I wonder if that will change. I almost wonder if I think that type of mindset will probably always exist out there, but I think I do think readers are smart, and I think especially with what we're seeing with someone like the social media dramas that have gone in this past year, I think readers are going to be a little bit more have higher expectations that the book that you're writing is a quality book that they want to consume, while also wanting to follow you along your community and your journey.
Yeah. Yeah. That's really nice. Well, I wanted to lead this on with with a question that has to do with oral storytelling.
And
Do you
actually, so
think-
right, so Francisco, before we hop into that, I just want to touch on Mary's comment real quick because it's actually a very important comment. Mary said, I see a lot of self-published books on my Facebook stream. I read the comments and most all have the same issue. Poor or seemingly non-existent editing are consistent in the reviews. The problem is editing is expensive. Most people do not save up the money to hire an editor. As a book editor, if I edit a 100,000 word book, and this is depending on, is it a line edit, copy edit, proofread, whatever it is, it's probably going to take me at least 40, 60, maybe 80 hours, depending on the writer's skill level, the style of the book, and so many other things. How much does the average person get paid for working 40 hours a week? Like, that's it's the way to think about it. So it's like when writers think about like, okay, paying for that, they don't generally have the budget, and generally first time writers are trying to figure out how to get a book without paying money for it. So the opportunity then becomes, how do we make editing a book more accessible? And I'm just going to tell everybody, make sure to stick around for the end, because I have a huge announcement for the writing community. We'll be announcing it on Sunday. That's going to make writing your book more accessible and cheaper to do. So make sure to stick around. I'll be announcing that on Sunday. I just had to do it. All right, you can continue on your. I was super excited.
No. Thanks for catching on to who was it? Was it Mary's comment?
Yeah, and I mean, Jenna's right. Like, she's like, even if I make it minimum wage, it is still more than what most can pay. You're right. The average cost of editing a book costs anywhere between $1,000 to $3,000. That's like the average, and that's low end if you're not hiring a professional editor who's edited best-selling books in the freelance market. That's just an average. If you're planning on editing a book, you're generally wanting to spend anywhere between $1,000 to $2,000 for a quality editor. Can you get editors for less? Absolutely. Are there going to be a lot of editors who charge more? Absolutely. Do your research. Have the editor give a free sample. Make sure that the editing style that they do aligns with the vision, the type of story that you want to tell. Check out their socials. They should have some type of presence. But these are good call outs. I think editing is such a great conversation. But I'll let you queue up your next question.
Really good comments. I wish we could like stay here forever, but we have limited time.
I know. It's because people have such great all of you. So if you're here in the stream, all of you have such great commentary, and you really help make these conversations so invaluable. So like so helpful. Like this, I get motivated by people's comments. Francisco, you see, this is what I deal with every single day. I'm like, I love how people engage.
I can see it now. Well, here's the next question then. Do you think that oral storytelling through platforms such as Audible will surpass the simple text in the next 20 years?
Wait, Francisco, can you repeat that for me one more time?
Sure thing. Do you think that oral storytelling through platforms like Audible will surpass the simple text in the next 20 years?
I have a great example for you to think about this. Do you think, and Francisco, I'm going to send this question right back at you. Do you think that digital storytelling, reading on a tablet, computer, on a phone, has surpassed reading a physical copy of a book in the past 10 years?
I think it has. Yeah.
It has. Same thing with audio. But people still love reading paperbacks and people love buying paperbacks and hardcovers and special editions. That's never going to go away. Same thing with audio. It will surpass it because people want to multitask more, but it does not mean that digital or physical books will ever go away. It will just be like popularity. So I think it will surpass it, yes, but I don't think it will. Libraries will never go away. They'll just become libraries. I think are their own thing. Libraries will always exist because people will always want to go like rent or go borrow and check out books. I don't think libraries will ever disappear. I don't think local bookstores will ever disappear. They'll just become smaller and fighting against the big Barnes and Nobles and Amazons of the world.
Yeah. I think it really does have to do with the point that you mentioned earlier about people wanting to multitask. I really like that point. Because it definitely is true. Yeah.
I'll let you keep your next question. I was like, that was a good. I think that one was a little bit more straightforward because like I can already tell how that's gonna go.
Here's another one. As social media has incorporated more short form content, how do you think longer epics like your own Scarecrow will survive with the upcoming generation? I do have this app that came out. I'm not sponsoring anything, but I think it's a really interesting app that I will mention later on. But please do continue. Yeah. Sorry for cutting you off.
No. You were good. You can keep going. I want to make sure that I understood the question.
Oh, that was the question. Yeah, it was just how social media has changed from long to short, and how you think epics like your own can survive with the upcoming generations.
You know what, that is actually a really good question. When we think about the TikTokification of social media and people with short-term attentions, do people who have short-term attention span want to read a 800 page book? That is the question I've asked myself time and time again.
Yeah.
I've asked that question of myself 1,000 times when I think about the length of my book, The Last Scarecrow. Everybody knows, right? I've been pushing on word count. It's currently at 170,000. Average word counts last year for fantasy readers was generally 90 to about 120,000. I've been seeing that trend and transition. Readers are going more towards 100 to 140,000. At least as we go into the new year. I think
So you
that
think you think that we're starting to go more into long form content? By content, I mean books. Saying content is very broad.
I think yeah. So I think with books, I think with like all of the niches, I think short form content is always going to stay relevant. But think about videos. YouTube is still the #1 video platform in the entire world. When
That's
people
an
think about
excellent
watching a
point.
video, they think about YouTube. TikTok is relevant, but would you say that TikTok is more relevant than YouTube? Debatable. But
Yeah,
long form
they're
videos
fighting.
haven't gone away.
Definitely, yeah.
Long form videos haven't gone away. People
Yeah.
still want to watch TV shows. People still want to binge 8-hour TV shows. People still want to watch 2-hour movies. Long form doesn't go away, but I think short form creates another niche, and it creates, I think, for someone like myself who writes epic length novels, I think I then am challenged on the marketing side of it. From a marketing side, how do I explain this large 150,000 plus word novel to somebody who has a 1-second attention span when they're consuming social media? If somebody wants to read a great story or get consumed, they'll watch a movie and they're not going to care about the time if it's great and they emotionally connect with it. I don't think people care as much about length and time if it's something good that they want to consume. So I think the challenge then becomes, how do I convey that emotional connection? How do I convey the true value proposition in 1 second? And that's the thing that I always tell writers. Book cover has to look professional, has to look good. Your blurb has to be very clear about the story that you're trying to tell. Your blurb should go through like 100 iterations before you publish your book. Your first chapter you should go through your whole book with a fine-tooth comb, but your first chapter especially. If you do all the work to get the book cover, to get the blurb, and then someone reads your first chapter and it's just meh, they don't read your book. They don't read the series, and that's a huge missed opportunity. So I think short form content just creates a different challenge for us to try to get people in the door. Personally, I think there is a style of short form storytelling. That's definitely like a style. It's not a style that I personally go after. It's like flash fiction. We have flash fiction writers, and flash fiction is great. It's just not a style that I personally go after, because whenever I write a story, I start with one idea and then suddenly it becomes 100. And suddenly I got a scarecrow, a crow, and a demon walk into a bar.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we have any more time for more questions, but I do want to raise the point that there's an app that has come out. It's called Snap Fiction. Some
Okay.
people might know about it. It's the TikTok of writing. It's I think it's really creative. It's incredible. You can open
You said,
it.
what's it called? So you said it's an app and it's called Snap Fiction?
Yeah, it'd be good to note down. It's Snap Fic, I believe. Yeah.
Interesting.
I've been watching it come out live with this author. Yeah, it's super interesting. It's short stories that people post. They can scroll on their phone and they can just read a short story starter, maybe worth like a paragraph. It's really interesting.
Wait, sorry, what is so like people can upload like a short story to the app and people can read like excerpts like the beginning of it?
Yeah, it's like a paragraph worth of space that they can upload.
Okay. So I mean it's kind of like those what are the community? I forgot what are the platforms where you can post your book online for free. And then people can follow along, or like you can upload like chapter by chapter and people can follow. I'm blanking on the platform right now.
There's one called Royal Road. You might be
Royal
thinking of
Road
that.
is one of them.
That's
Gumroad is
yeah, that's
another
one.
one. I know there's a more predominant one. I'm just blanking on the name. But it sounds like Snappic. Is it Snappic?
Snapfic, as in short for
Snapfic.
fiction.
Yeah, I couldn't find it on a Google search, which means it's probably in the
Ooh.
App Store.
Well, it's really recent, so it's barely coming
so it's
out.
brand new.
Yeah,
Wattpad.
that's why.
Wattpad is what I was thinking of. Wattpad,
Yeah.
where basically you can go, you post your stuff online for free, and then people can either read excerpts, read sections, and they can like and follow along. It sounds like Snapfic is that same model, but for very short form, for much shorter form storytelling.
Totally, yeah. That is why I raised it. It's very, very recent, and it's interesting to see things come up.
Yeah,
It's
so I mean,
great to
I
hear
think
what you think, though.
yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to check it out. I mean, I always love learning about new platforms and new ways to be able to help writers tell their stories more efficiently, make the writing process a little easier for someone. So I'll definitely have to check it out myself. Have you been putting some of your stuff up on there and seeing how people are responding to it?
No, I had a look at it too, but it's not on my Play Store. So
Interesting.
it's a challenge finding it. I think you have to install it on a website, but it's still in
So it's like a web
development.
browser. It's
Yeah,
like a
it's still getting
web-based
developed.
platform.
For now it is, yeah, but it's definitely it has so much potential. I can see it growing. People are joining it rapidly, and it will eventually be on the App Store. Yeah.
I think so. And I mean, I think whether it's that one or whether it's another one, I think there will definitely be a platform that will probably become mainstream for short form storytelling. Amazon was trying to do it with serialized storytelling, and for whatever reason, they closed their serialized storytelling platform this past year. I think there will be a platform that does it. It'll be like a TikTok for books. I think that will exist at some point whenever the right app and the right traction come together.
Yep. Super
Vella.
interesting.
Yeah, Nicole Vella is what I was talking about. Amazon did blow it with Vella. So they try. I think there is that need, that interest for things like Vella, where it's either episodic or short form storytelling. But I don't think there's a platform yet that's been highly effective. So
not quite yet.
Good call out. I think it's just a matter of time more than anything. So I think there's a lot of writers. If I can upload something shorter, or like I think of the average writer, if they think, oh, I can upload something shorter and build a following, and I can really work on the craft for shorter form storytelling, I think that just challenges writers to grow more efficiently. And then hopefully we get less low quality books published.
Totally, yeah. Well, that was super interesting, Kaufman. I'm grateful for you having answered all my questions. I have so many more, but I'm super grateful.
Of course. Francisco, I absolutely love having you join us. I know I think you've been around the community for a couple months, but I just want to say I really appreciate you, like, not only just coming and joining the conversation in general, but taking time out of your holiday schedule to come and just talk. Like, we love having writers from all over the world, all different styles, all different formats. And I love the creativity I've seen from you so far. And I hope you'll come join us in some writers groups in the future or just other writing stuff.
Yep, totally. It's my pleasure, and I'm excited to see more.
Awesome. Well, what I'll do, Francisco, is I'll let you do your outro, but I'm asking all of my guests this year to do one special thing for me. At the end of your outro, give us your best right now.
Will do.
All right. I'll let you take it away, my friend. Where can who you are and where can people find you?
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us, everybody who's watching this stream. Whether you're replaying this or watching this live, thank you for watching us. Super grateful to Kaufman for running all of this. It's incredible. And my name's Francisco Aguila. You can find me on Instagram, Francisco Aguila Official. I can pin it, not pin it, I can put it on the comments, sorry. And you can find me there. And here's my right now. Right now.
I absolutely love it, my friend. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. We're actually about to hop into our we're hopping into a group conversation. So I'll let you get going, Francisco. But once again, if you're sticking around with us for the weekend, you're invited to come participate in Right Now Jeopardy on Sunday. It's gonna be fire. We're gonna be having
super awesome
and stuff.
Super awesome, dude. Yeah. Noted.
All right, my friend. Thanks so much for joining, and I'll catch you later. All right. So that is a wrap on that next activity. That was so cool. You guys know me. I can talk about books, the writing industry for days and days. And I'm like even now motivated. I'm even now more enthusiastic about where the writing industry is. And I didn't even realize or where the writing industry is going, where the book industry is going. I didn't even know that I was so enthusiastic about it until I was talking about it with Francisco. Like, I'm like, I feel even more hyped up about the conversation. So, I'm excited. I am definitely excited. So it's going to be really cool. Okay. So we're going to be queuing up our next event. Let me get this up for you. So what I will do is I will pull up our schedule. So everyone, first off, how are you doing? Are you staying awake? We're a couple hours in and we've already had a couple of great conversations. I know I'm going to have to get some more of my Fox energy drink. As like what the Fox say. Oh my God. I have a Fox character who is epic, by the way. All right. Enough scarecrow talk. So how are you doing? What are you drinking? Are you staying awake on your coffee break? Are you hopefully staying with us on some energy drink? Because the fun is only just beginning. So we're going to be hopping into a group conversation with the other writers in our community as we look back on 2025 and some of the wins, some of the accomplishments, and all of the fun stuff that we have seen queued up. Awesome. All right. And I will have this here. Perfect. So as you can see, we're going to be hopping into our next Quilluminati event as we're looking back on 2024. And we're going to see just what fun stuff we have accomplished together with the Right Now community or all the writers themselves. So let's see. So without further ado, our marketing team, our wonderful Quilluminati, have created an incredible thank you and appreciation as we look back at all of some of our accomplishments that we, the writers, yourselves, other writers in the community, have accomplished. So I'm going to cue this up and we're going to look at our 2025 community accomplishments. All right. And without further ado, let me welcome back to the stage our other Quilluminati. Welcome back, my friends. Hello. Long time no see. How are all y'all doing?
Good.
Good.
I am so engaged, and I'm like, ooh, and this, and then I'm like, let other people in the chat talk, Natalie. Don't.
I know, it's because there's like so much enthusiasm. I see it from yourself and a lot of our other writers who are joining us. And I think it's because we've accomplished so much this past year. And I think there's so much that we want to celebrate together, whether we're celebrating our own achievements or celebrating other writers in the community. And it is so cool. It's really cool. So when I think about this segment and we think about looking back on 2025, there are so many things that we have accomplished and that we have done. So I want to pose this to you, the writers in the community. What have you accomplished? What do you feel great about when you think of 2025? Was there one thing where you're like, you know what? That was awesome. I achieved it. What was the one thing? Maybe it was writing related. Maybe it was for social media. Maybe it was for editing. Maybe it's for revising or something altogether. So we'll throw this question up to you guys first. What was, when you look back on 2025, what was the highlights for you guys?
I can chime in if y'all don't have anything. I actually stepped back on my writing a little bit, which is why I'm rushing right now with my editing. But I got, for anyone who doesn't know, I have a family, husband, 2 kids. I got 2 dogs and a cat, waiting on the partridge in the pear tree. But but that on top of my full-time job, which I'm salary pretty much. So like sometimes I work late, sometimes I work weekends, holidays and stuff like that. So I realized I had to be realistic with my goals. And I think that that's what like my theme for this year was. So now I only jump on live streams with my publisher. That's my only live stream, unless I choose to do something like this. I only do live streams scripting the book, which is a part of my reading thing. And I do that with Nia, Vixen of Fiction, and Ben Pick over on Nia's stream. I have yet, I should probably drop my streaming platform payment because that's like $190. However, I would hate to get back into streaming and not have that. So I think I might just keep it.
That's always the challenge with all the tools, right? It's
exactly.
like I feel that way with my Adobe software all the time. I'm like, it's so expensive. But
for me, the main thing has been just being realistic with what I can do creatively, what I can be a part of. And that's what I've done. And then I do what I can otherwise. So with my publisher, Inimitable Books, they have other books coming out. So I make sure to do the cover reveals, because I'm like, I can copy and paste someone else's post. I can grab the links or whatever. And so I feel like my achievement for the year was just stepping back and trying and protecting myself. And not that no one was coming for me. It was like I was going to be my own worst enemy if I tried to do everything. And I definitely grew up in the sense of realizing what I can offer is enough. I don't need to do more. I don't need to be bleeding out of my fingernails or only being that person that I can only sleep 3 hours a night to think that I gave enough. Like what I'm doing is enough. And I think that was writing wise, just setting realistic goals, boundaries has been the most helpful for me.
It's really powerful. It feels like even though you step back, it still sounds like you accomplished a lot, both with the time that you did have and your mindset. I
mean, just 2 live streams a month guaranteed, and then maybe 1 extra because Kaufman does something. And I'm like, yeah, sure.
Like, let's come talk about writing and do a fiction contest. Why not?
You had me at, can you read this story? And I'm like, I get to do voices? Yes.
And Natalie, you did some really cool story readings this year, didn't you? I heard that you were really able to embody some really great characters in our community this year.
So much fun. And I really owe it to Bluey, because my son loves Bluey. And we got the Bluey books and I read it to him every night. So I talk like Chili sometimes, and Bluey is like, talks like this, and Bingo is a little bit softer and stuff. But my favorite is Muffet because she is so intense. I have a lot of fun.
Oh man, Natalie, you can come help me with my audiobook when I'm ready.
Okay, y'all had enough time to think what 2025. I talked about cutting back. Did y'all accomplish things that was stepping forward?
I'll admit, I definitely stepped forward with my writing this year.
Mm-hmm.
Got my second book published back in June, and then trying to work on the third one, but I keep getting distracted by other works. But I mean, August alone, I think I did. In August, I had done more in that month than I had done in every month combined before that. And I will admit, I kind of dropped off after that a little bit, but I think I burnt myself out. But definitely picking it back up with a couple of fan fiction series and having a lot of fun with that.
Yeah, I know you've definitely accomplished quite a number of stories this year, so you probably still, I think, have one of the highest word counts.
At this point, yeah, I kind of wouldn't be surprised if
100,000 in a month or something like that. What was the goal that you hit in August?
In August, I was supposed to get 100,000. I ended up getting 180,000.
Yeah, I'm like, so you will continue forever to like win the crown of word master over here. Oh man, Courtney, what about you?
2025 for me has been a lot of like personal growth. Getting divorced at the beginning of the year and then figuring out what life looks like afterwards, moving cross country, basically embodying the story I ended up writing the year before was very like eye-opening and growth, and like growing as a writer really helped me. And then hitting publish and being like, I can't tell you how many times I said that there's no flipping way I wrote a book. And I did, and I published it, and it's wild and it's crazy. And I think 2025 has just been like figuring out, you know, who is the adult Courtney, you know, like who is she? What does she do? She writes contemporary romance.
Oh, that's really cool. It sounds like you've gone through such like a good like mental health journey this past year.
Yeah, that's worded better. I took all that time with Natalie and I still couldn't word it right, but there you go. That boils down to that.
Courtney, didn't you also publish your book last year or this year?
No, I published it in November.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I hit publish and I was like, there's no freaking way I did that.
I'm like,
I did it.
I'm pretty sure that's like the biggest like accomplishment of all that most writers are trying to achieve. That feels like a huge achievement.
It does, but it also feels unreal. And then I'll go on to like and look at the reports of how many people have like bought it or like the KU reads, and I'm like, this is crazy. This is craziness. And and I just, you know, I'm it's awesome, but it's like I don't know. I feel like when you were asking like what would you name chapter 2025, I think Stepping Stones would be the chapter title for me, because like hitting publish of my first debut novel, you know, like it's stepping stones. It's not over. It's just starting.
Wow. Oh, I absolutely love that. How am I supposed to follow that? That's actually really heartwarming. Man, all right. I will let's see what some of our community some of their achievements, and then I'll come back to some of my thoughts. So I know Sam, which is a huge thing. Sam, so you'll actually Sam will be joined by some of the other writers in her community with representing their author tube, Breaking the Block. They do a monthly Breaking the Block session to help writers get unstuck. They'll be joining us, I think, on Sunday. I think they're joining us either Saturday or I think it's either Sunday. I think it's Sunday morning, I believe, but they'll be with us on Sunday. So Sam will be up. But let's see. So Sam creating and running the AuthorTube and BookTube under 1,000 marathon in January, and then writing 4 novellas in 20 days because who needs sleep? That is such a great accomplishment, by the way, Sam. And it's also partially thanks to you. I joined Sam's under 1,000 marathon back in January of this year. And now I've crossed 1,000. Like, Sam, like, you helped me out along that journey. I remember we found a lot of writers. I found a lot of writers back in January. So that is so cool, my friend. And the fact that you're able to publish 4 novellas in such a short time frame, you must have been feeling like some like creative like genius. These characters must have really been spurring you on. Like, you have to tell our story, or else who needs sleep? Sleep later. Eat later. Nothing else matters. Absolutely love that, Sam. I know you got like all like the characters cheering in the background. I also imagine Soul with your characters. One of them's just always like surrounding you with the shame bell. I feel like I need to take a break. Shame. Shame.
You know,
Shame.
you're probably not far off with some of them. I'm serious. There's actually a good amount of my characters where I haven't finished their stories. I can literally like see them in the back of my head, and they're just glaring at me because I haven't done with them. I'm not done with them yet.
Oh man, yeah, I totally like envision that now. So every single time you're like, you know what, I need to take a break from this word count. You like try to get up, and one of your characters is like, shame, shame, and you're like, all right, no, keep going. Oh man, we definitely had some other good ones. Jenna, that's incredible. A book tour went from 6 stops to 13. Wow, that is so cool. I was like, I keep forgetting that I have sound effects in StreamYard. I was like,
yeah, I'm trying not to clap too loud because that could get obnoxious, but I'm clapping.
That is so cool. Hopefully, we'll be able to catch up with you. Hopefully, I can get at least 13 stops as well. That's such a huge thing. Jenna, you were probably able to meet so many more writers with those additional book stops. That's actually really cool. Jenna, I'd be really curious. It went from 6 stops to 13. So when you originally planned 6 stops for your book tour, did you like along the journey, like, hey, there's this other bookstore I want to talk to? Or we're like, hey, were you invited? I'd love to hear more of this story. That's really cool. And so you guys know, I know Jenna will be joining us later in the stream, later in the WriteNow-a-thon as well. So
4 p.m. on Sunday.
Yep. It's in Jenna. It's way easier than you think. Just talk to the other vendors. They will have suggestions. Yay. That's so exciting. Jenna, you're making me inspired. I'm like, I'm planning on doing some more live in-person stuff this year. So I'm sure I'll probably have questions for you. Let's see. And then Vamika, you're like, try out 2 short story contests. I wrote 150,000 words between 3 projects. Dang, that's cool. That's cool. Man. And I know Vamika joined us for Faded Fantasy. Was really cool. Was really fun seeing your story, Vom, and it's so great having you as part of the community. I think anytime that we try to enter into competitions, contests, writing events in general, you should feel really proud of pushing yourself to try to like write something under a constraint. Going in writing competitions is hard.
Yeah. But I think it's about like your intention when you go into it. Like my intention of every time I've entered a Right Now contest is just being growing as a writer. Mm-hmm. And the growth that I've received from all 3 of them has been amazing.
I definitely enjoy with the writing contest I've entered. Instead of having the goal of like making top 10 or whatever, I write something that's within the parameters that the contest gave me, and that to me is a win. So did I include the keyword? Did I write in the genre? Because, oh my God, the amount of times I've gotten horror or like action adventure or something, like things that I don't touch usually. I'm like, okay, we can do this. And I somehow get it done. Now, I will say I need beta readers every single time, but I'm not aware of any author in the world that has not at least gotten feedback from their mom or something before publishing something out into the universe.
Yeah.
I know for me, my thing is just trying new genres. Freaky Friday, yeah, I'd never written in that kind of genre before. Same for Faded Fantasy. And I just wanted to see if could I actually do that? Or is it a genre I know to never touch again? Turns out I like romance, but I'll pass on the horror stuff.
Yeah. See, like I love entering Freaky Friday as someone who doesn't watch horror movies at all, doesn't like being scared, doesn't like anything horror related, and still somehow enjoy writing the horror thriller like stories. And then with Faded Fantasy, I realized I am not a fantasy writer at all. Like, it was a great story. Like, yeah, it's a great story. It is not my genre, but I love it. I like reading it. I'm just, it's not my party to be in.
Yeah, and I think a lot of writers are like that. They actually like a wider variety of genres that they read, but they can probably only write in like a fraction of those. Because reading is one thing, but actually trying to make a story out of it.
There's a lot of work into fantasy that, like, there's a lot of work into writing, and I understand that. But like, writing romance is a different breed than writing horror, than writing fantasy, than writing, sci-fi, and there's different elements to it that, like, I don't think you really think about until you try to write the story.
Anybody who's able to write a story where you're creating an entirely different law of physics for the world, you're creating different holidays, foods, traditions, like all these things. And think about the language of, like, I think of Adrian earlier in his book Mythic. He had this instead of saying like, oh my God, it was like, oh Gaia.
Yeah.
Like coming up.
They have different religions and stuff.
Exactly. And so it is something that I'm sure I can, and I have a little bit in the flash fiction realm, but not to the extent that some of these authors have, like, of different cultures, different traditions, like everything I just listed. I'm not going to repeat myself. I promise. But so much respect for all of them. Because then you get if you get a fan base, they will argue back at the author of the physics that they created.
Yeah, because it's all like perception of, like, when you like that. I love asking people, like, who was your favorite character? And anything I create, who was your favorite? 9 times out of 10, like for Falling for a Storm, 9 times out of 10, it's not the 2 main characters. Kaufman's favorite was a side character brother.
Yep.
Most people love the dog. I've gotten the grandpa.
Most people like the bard.
Yeah, I've gotten the grandpa. I have one time it's been Liam, the main character.
Wow.
It's like, I spent so much time, like, making sure that you connected with these 2 characters. People connected to them, but that didn't make him their favorite. And it's interesting to look at it through your own reader's viewpoint versus how you view the story.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting when I think about Scarecrow, and I think about how I really try to craft these diverse characters. I'm like, I really want readers to connect with and resonate with Scarecrow because it's his journey. Yet, based on how people respond in feedback, in the live streams, everyone's favorite character is a toss-up between the fiery pixie with a bad mouth and then the eccentric crow who spews meaningless nothingness. It's always one of those two characters. So it always cracks me up. I'm like, I want you guys to like Scarecrow the most because it's his journey. But you know what? It's readers consume the stories the way that they want to consume the stories. And I think that's what's really powerful. When I look back on 2025 and I think of my achievements, I feel like I've been on such a journey, because before I even started this writing journey 2 years ago, there was a lot of things that I wanted to achieve and accomplish. And I still wake up some days and I find it very surreal that I can wake up, come to this writing community, do live streams, do these contests, and actually be able to write the book and the story that I want to write. I feel so grateful that I'm able to be surrounded by such cool writers such as yourselves, the other writers who come through the community, and conversing with everyone in general. When I think about my achievements, I would say out of right now, probably been like lots of like learnings, figuring out how to navigate being a new business owner. But I love the journey. I think it's learning how to do the things effectively so I can be sustainable. I think everything that I've done with right now, I feel successful with, even for the things where like sometimes they miss the mark and like sometimes things work out well, or I make a plan and it doesn't go well. I pull back on the overall journey, and I'm like, the fact that I've done almost 730 consecutive streams is a success to me. Even though I didn't publish Scarecrow yet, I think the fact that I was able to launch the book cover, which I'm so proud of. I'm so proud of the book cover
and the website.
Yep, and the Last Scarecrow website. I'm just really proud. I'm really proud that it's contextualizing. And then in the past couple of weeks, I've started the feedback loop. So I've started getting feedback from people and kind of hearing comments in some of these early chapters. And I've started getting feedback, and it's just like, yeah, you're right. I mean, I didn't think about that certain action in that way. I didn't think about that thing didn't come across the way it intended, but you're right. It's not as effective, or it could be perceived another way. And I think it's so powerful, so fascinating. And I think feedback is so important. It's awesome. And I'm really grateful. I'm grateful for all of you, especially as I look back on 2025. So I feel accomplished, but you guys know with me, every year, I think in January, I kind of take a little bit of a breather, and then I'm generally full steam ahead with how do we go even bigger next year. So that's me as I kind of look back.
How do you celebrate meeting your goals? Setting new, higher ones.
Hey, Natalie, you get it.
I get so much
Well, as
joy.
long as you're not pushing it like too far. I mean, it's one thing to set a higher goal. It's another thing to set a goal so high you can't see it.
Realistic goals.
Mm-hmm.
Realistic goals is still variable.
Yeah. Mr. Ambitious Kaufman probably doesn't understand what realistic.
That's why he's gotten smart enough to get a team of people.
Yeah, no, every time we've thought it wasn't realistic, it has gone off with pretty amazingly. So maybe we don't understand what that means.
I know nobody thought we could do a 30-hour live stream. I guess ask us again in 26 hours.
Yeah, but then I'll be done. And so therefore, yes, you did it.
I know.
Yeah, but there's doing it and there's being successful doing it.
that was
Success is determined by the audience. The people behind the scenes always know and question what they could have done better, whereas the audience is like, that was great. Like they didn't even realize there was a hiccup somewhere.
Yeah, dude, that's literally production life for you in a nutshell. Live event life, like productions, movies, TV shows, like you see the finished product. If for anybody who's worked in Hollywood or knows what an actual production set is like, it is literally like chaos. It's like controlled chaos in better ones, but productions, film, television is chaos. And usually if it's low budget, 30, 40, 50, 100, a couple hundred people scrambling. Everyone has different roles, different departments, different things. It's production lifestyle is chaos. So I totally get that. But then people don't see that. People just see the finished product. I'm like, oh yeah, it's a great movie. Yeah, I spent 2 hours watching it. What's next?
Yeah. It's a great book. I finished it cover to cover.
Yeah, I
in
finished
6
that book in a
hours.
couple hours.
Where's the next one?
Yeah, where's the next book of the series? It should be out now.
Yeah, I see. I'm so impatient. If there is going to be a series, I won't start the first one until you have them all out, and then I will.
A lot of readers are like that. A lot of readers are like, because they don't want to get really invested.
Yeah,
and then like, oh, now I have to wait a year for the next book or the next thing.
It's funny because we want that instantaneous entertainment, but then we want to be entertained constantly over a long time. And I was thinking about it because so my husband and I finally got Crunchyroll, and we're going through anime, and Bleach is really popular one, like 300 episodes. And One Piece is like over 1,000 episodes. And I looked at my husband, I was like, we've been married almost 16 years. And that seems like less of a commitment than what the anime is. Would be.
I will admit, from watching it,
yeah, like for some reason it feels so daunting that I don't even want to do it.
Hey, you can skip the filler episodes, and you're skipping, I think, like 60 of them. So,
but either way, that's the way it's been working. I will say, the one thing I did accomplish, earlier I was talking about holding back. 100. I looked at my Goodreads. 119 books is how many audiobooks I've consumed this year.
Oh, wow.
It will be 120 because the one I'm listening to right now is great, and I'm impatient. So
wow.
But what I'm always been happy for is the genre hopping that is allowed. Like I've done memoirs, I've done indigenous people's stories as well, historical. I've sci-fi, fantasy, crime, thrillers, like all of it. And it made me realize that because I used to think I hated fantasy. No, I hated fantasy when it was created by old white guys before the internet was available, where they had to describe what a desert looks like, what a massive woods looks like, because people didn't have pictures for reference. People weren't exposed to those things. And now we're in a stage where if I said a spaceship, you'd have a picture in your head. I don't have to describe every rivet.
You would probably think of like a Star Wars spaceship or some type of sci-fi.
Exactly. If I said hyperdrive, like I don't have to describe what that is anymore. And I appreciate old white guys paving the way for us, but I can't read their stuff now because I am. It's a little too slow moving for me. And when I say that, what those books are, don't shoot me. This is personal preference, like all art is. Lord of the Rings, Dune. Oh God, there was another one in there. I almost finished Game of Thrones. I couldn't. Same thing with The Witcher. I got like 3, but they're good. Okay, I recognize them. I can't. Or anything. But either way, constantly trying to expand my horizons, and I think writing groups, especially reading groups, has been really helpful with that. I haven't actually joined a group in the sense of like participate in the conversations, but I pay attention to what groups are reading, and then I go, yeah, I'll read that, and I read it faster than their schedule because I'm impatient.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, it's kind of interesting when we think about our early influences. Wow, I was like, what were my? I think Lord of the Rings was definitely an early influence for me. Wheel of Time, they were definitely very early influences.
Yep, couldn't get through that. Brandon Sanderson, I respect the guy. I love the videos of his teaching. I just can't. What was hilarious was that he had a guest speaker, smartly enough, to discuss flash fiction. And he
Oh, was that
even
your favorite
failed
episode of
in the
his?
little like workshop that she did to create a Flash. He failed at that of making it short.
Oh, really? I think I skipped the episode because I'm like, I don't really need to watch Flash fiction.
I want to say it's number 7.
Mhm.
Mary, I was about to say Mary Shelley, but that's not it. I think Mary's in there. I'm gonna look it up.
Mm-hmm. Nicole, like, I don't have the attention span that high fantasy requires. High fantasy requires a lot of attention to a world building, especially magic, the creation of a successful magic system, and a lot of race development. Absolutely. And I mean, I think that's always the challenge, right? As authors, as writers, figuring out how do we deliver the right amount of information to our readers. That's how do we deliver. Can't be too much, but it can't be too little. If it's too little, they don't have a picture and they're confused. If it's too much, they feel like you're not trusting them, and it's too on the nose.
Not only that, but sometimes giving them too much can bog down the pages. And well, I mean, the Earth's Children is a good example. I mean, I love the descriptions in that. I love that it's very clear to picture where they're going. But my God, it was 6 freaking pages, and it's not like tiny print, but it's not that big either.
So when we think about this past year, we've also done a lot with the WriteNow community. When you guys think about the WriteNow community, like, what do you guys think about? Or if you're here in the chat, are there other writing communities where like you guys have done or seen some really cool things this past year? I'd love to hear from you guys.
Well, we have, my accent is really not gonna, but and this comment, sorry, I am so sorry. My accent just really don't like letters. My first book was a category finalist for a literally global book award, and that's something that we should all be proud
That is
of.
so cool.
Yeah.
So wait, what is it? So that was the literary. All right. So I think the literary. Oh, okay, yeah. Because they did that in 2 comments. Literary Global No Book Award. Yeah, that's such a huge accomplishment.
Yeah.
That is such a huge. Yeah, great job, because you probably beat out a lot of other writers to get to that point. You should really be proud of yourself. That's really cool. I'm like hoping that I can get to a point where I can submit books to big competitions like that. Maybe I'll be cool enough one day.
You will. You got this. And then Dana said it was a slow year. She needed a break, but 2 short stories and several practice pieces, which is still good. Progress is progress, even on slow years.
And I feel like a lot of
year, you're still moving.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, even if you get burnt out, even if you know, that's still progress.
And I feel like there are a lot of writers in the community who didn't make as much progress this past year, but I think a lot of them are undervaluing the progress they did make.
Yeah.
So, out of curiosity for everyone, when a book takes off on socials, are you more inclined to read it and see what it's all about, or are you more like, I don't even want to touch it now, and I want to wait for the fad to die down, and then I'm going to read it and make up my own mind?
It depends. For me, it depends on, I see what people are saying about it, how long is the book, what is going on in my own life. Okay, there you go, baby. And sometimes, well, depending on the book, depending on what I hear, I'll take a look at the fans. If it's a book that I think I'm really going to get into, I will sometimes actually take a look at what the fans are saying, and then it's like, do I actually want to like read the book and then interact with these people? Yes or no? Because I've encountered some where, I mean, the book's good, and I really want to get into it, and I'd like to talk to other people about it, but toxic fan base.
Yeah.
And then other books, it's like, I wouldn't mind talking with this fan base. They actually seem pretty cool, but my God, I cannot get into this book no matter what.
Yeah, I've had like so many people like describe some books, and I'm like, oh, that sounds like a book I really want to read, and I can't get past the first page. And I'm like, okay, I don't get the hype. And then there's other people who are like, oh, we have to get to the 3rd book, and that's when it starts getting good. No, I do not.
It's not going to be good in the first book. How are you going to get to the 3rd?
I do not.
Is it
but
because
you
their
have-
social media presence is because they do such a good job of marketing?
Yeah, and it's like,
Mhm.
oh, like you marketed that amazingly. Like you really
I mean,
made
I'm pretty
me
sure the
money.
best case. I mean, I think the best case example of expert marketing and then poor book was what was that one TikTok author or the one author?
There's one.
No, I mean there was one that stood out. There was a huge controversy. Well, I forgot what the author's name was. Where they had this huge marketing campaign for years on socials, and they were awesome. Then the book launched, and it was terrible. And it was pretty just poorly edited.
Yeah, I
Scorpius, something Scorpius.
oh,
I
yeah.
can't remember the author's name, but I know that it was one of those like drama things. But I think it goes to show that the quality of a book is tangentially or is different than the marketing campaign for a book. You can be an expert social media marketer and have a terrible book. You can have a great book and be terrible at social media marketing. So I mean, I think that's why we always recommend books. You need feedback, need to be edited. Social media, it's a lot of learning, figuring out what works, trial and error, learn from others who are doing it well. It's a journey. Sometimes we figure it out, sometimes we don't. Consistency.
Yeah, that's why as writers, I feel like we need to get better about also being good readers and reviewing, which I'm still not the greatest at, but also sitting here like, hey, could people honestly review my book, please? Like just want honest reviews. So, work in progress.
Yeah, like how do we get more reviews in our community?
Well, just honest reviews, not just reviews. I don't want just review. I want honest reviews. Because,
like, I don't want good reviews. I want terrible reviews and good reviews.
Yeah, like
I love to read bad reviews, like in the sense of where it's like the person is latching on to the wrong thing or something. It is hilarious. Like it's like they're yelling at a romance book for not having any death, and it's like, really? It's romance.
Hey, some romance can have some death in it.
It can, but if you're yelling at on your review for it not having that or not having a entire sequence of robbing,
you can't read a romance and expect a magic system.
I had someone read one of my contemporary romances, or my only one that I have right now, and their feedback was I should have one of the like a short story of couple passes away and her sister and brother end up taking the children as the caregivers, and it was suggested that the couple that passed away, the parents, that one of them was cheating. I'm like, why? That has nothing to do with this whatsoever. So I'm just saying, every alpha reader, beta reader, just take with a grain of salt. At the end of the day, artistic license. But also don't ignore the feedback if everyone's saying, hey, you are being completely offensive either.
You guys, everyone in the chat has some funny. What was that?
Funny reviews.
I know people have some really funny comments about reviews here. I'm like laughing at what you guys are saying.
Yes, please share them. Come on.
Nicole's like, bad reviews are also my favorite. There have been so many books that I picked up because of the bad review.
Yeah.
Atomic is like, I'd be a little suspicious of a book with absolutely no negative reviews.
It's hard. Not everyone's gonna love it. You're gonna have people who think it's horrible.
Lynn, yours is funny. Lynn's like, funniest review I got was someone complaining about being satanic on my demon romance. That is actually pretty funny, Lynn. It's like, all right, it's literally categorized as a demon romance book. And they're like, this is satanic. You're like, well, I would hope so.
That.
I probably missed the mark if it's not. Man. That's funny. Yeah. You see, I'd probably buy it because of that review. Yeah. And it's powerful. Yeah, and I mean, Kay, this is a really good call, right? If you try to please everyone, you'll please no one. That and it's exhausting. I think there's people who are really going to love your books, is people who are really going to hate your books. At the end of the day, I feel like if I make someone feel something emotionally, I feel like I've done my job. And if I myself have been clear on blurb, genre, marketing, and people know what to expect, and I feel like I've been clear on the expectations, then if people like it, they know what to expect, and they don't like it, like I still feel that I delivered the best story that I could. So
I'm not an expert, but I do want to respond to what Janie.
Oh yeah, what Janine is saying, because I know Janine said
what if the feedback you're getting is racist? Now, if it's a beta reader or alpha reader that's being racist, I would cut them on everything. I'm not gonna
figuratively and literally.
Yeah, so like no
and then
so just like no tolerance. Like I think I would just have like a no tolerance. If someone's being racist,
if I have many feedback readers going, hey, you're kind of coming across a little a certain way to me, that my writing is coming across a certain way, and that's maybe that character is not my intent, or my writing as a whole. Hopefully it's just a character that is coming across. Maybe that's when sensitivity readers would come into play.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Sensitivity readers. That's the way to get around, or not get around, but it's to get that feedback, because sometimes we write characters like, and this was actually, I have a really good story for this. So early on in the development, one of my characters, I have a skunk character who's cursed, Cursed Blade. They're a badass character, but when I was developing them, I was originally thinking of having them be a blind character. And I remember when I was researching doing that, I got so many people who are like, don't make them blind just to be fixed by magic. And I was like, why not? That seems like a cool thing to do. And I'll have it all be magical. But then they're like, it's a for people who are blind, it's like a disservice in the way that people with that type of a disability, people like blind characters, it should be authentic to the character, and they should be able to overcome their hardships through their own ability. It shouldn't be solved by magic necessarily. And that was just a lot of feedback that I got when I was developing that character. And it was just it wasn't anything that I would have thought about at all. It was just me like developing like externally what would look cool. And then I was like, okay, well, intrinsically with the character, it'd be different if I created a character around a disability, but it wasn't a disability, was an afterthought that I was adding. So I was like, okay, it's not necessary to the character. But if I wanted to create a character with a disability, it would be a different conversation. And then I'd have to go through a different level of research on how do I portray this character in a way that feels accurate while also being true.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for some disabilities, it should, there's so many writers. There's so many different types of writers. And I think some disabilities should be left to those writers in some aspects, because without sensitivity readers, which people forget that should be a thing, it just can come across dishonest a lot of times.
Sure. Awesome. So this is definitely a really, really great conversation. But I think it's time to celebrate you, the community, and let's do a free giveaway. So let's give something away to our community, and it actually makes sense since we have you here on screen with us, Miss Courtney Harding. So let's we're gonna do a giveaway for your book. Let me cue up the thingamajigger with the thingamabob. Awesome.
Don't forget the whatchamacallit.
With the
whatchamacallit. You want me to do the other whatchamacallit while you
the other majigger macallit thing?
Yeah.
I was like, all right, I had my schedule here. Okay, so we're gonna be giving away Courtney's book. Let's have to find it. Yeah, awesome. Courtney, since you're here, I'll let you do the honors of presenting it.
Okay.
Do I have my screen share up? Almost, and boom. Okay, awesome.
Yes, I am giving away a physical signed copy of Falling for a Storm that released in November of this year. All you need to do if you would like to receive it is, one, be in the United States, please. I do not have the ability to send you an ebook, so please do not enter unless you're in the United States. Also, type in #judge when you read the book, you'll understand. But you will get a signed copy of the paperback version of Falling for a Storm.
Yay. And then the hashtag you have to type in is #judge. So if you want to get pick up a copy of Courtney's book, Falling for a Storm, it's very, very impactful. There's some great emotional depth to it. I'm not biased at all, but it is very, very compelling. Of course it is, as you said, 18 plus?
Yes, it is an open door, very, very, very open door contemporary romance about a widow's second chance at love who deals with a lot of grief in all forms. Every character in the book is dealing with grief in some way, shape, or form.
And I think it's definitely really powerful. I mean, I think with 18 plus novels, I think it's hard to be able to navigate open door relationship scenes, things that happen in a way that moves the plot forward and is also true to the characters. So I would highly recommend. It's definitely a really, really good book. So, and I wouldn't say I don't like, I generally don't read romance. So, but I would recommend it. Girl be leaving the door way open.
Yes, it's very, very open.
So if you want to pick up a copy of it, type in #judge into the chat right now. #judge into the chat right now. All right. So I got to find, I had the screen somewhere. Perfect. All right, #. And then Courtney, you only launched this. When did you launch this? It's still pretty new, isn't it?
Yes, this published on Veterans Day of this year because this was my debut novel. I went from army to author. So I thought,
stuck with the egg.
On Veterans Day was, fitting. First book, So yeah, it released November 11th of this year.
Yay, that's so exciting. So definitely a really, really good book. Highly recommend. Type in #judge into the chat and we're going to give this away. So let's do it. We want to give this away to you. #judge, type it in. The door is open and the window has a ladder outside. So you can get a good view. Nicole, you always crack me up.
Maybe a few well-placed one-way mirrors.
Daddy, like, wait, open door, pulls up chair.
Yeah. Maybe some out on the front lawn. We don't know. Like it's all out there. Okay.
But what is really cool though is I think it's hard to craft a narrative where you're navigating grief in a way that feels realistic. And that's a hard thing to do. So it's definitely worth a read. Anybody who's experienced grief to some extent, definitely worth reading. And let's do it. So without further ado, let me pull up. We're going to do the draw for giveaway. Here's your last chance. Type in #judge into the chat if you want a copy, a chance to pick up Courtney's book in 5, 4, 3, 2, and let's do it. So let me queue up the media. All right. And #judge. Here we go. Oh, that was almost had it. AK, congratulations, my friend. You have won a physical copy of Courtney's book. So really, really great job. Definitely in for a great read. And yeah, congratulations. Oh yeah, I completely forgot. We need to figure out, we need to collect the giveaway information.
Yes, I'm writing them down.
Okay. And I think we had a form last year. I think we
did.
Cool. Awesome. So we will collect, Kay, we'll reach out to you with the giveaway information to collect that stuff from you so we can get the book sent out over to you. Congratulations again, my friend. And if you tried to win something but you haven't won yet, no worries, because we have many, many more giveaways to come. So make sure to continue to hang out, chill in the chat, and we'll be back in just a little bit with some more giveaways. I feel like we had a pretty good conversation. How's everyone feeling about bingo cards? How are we getting some of our bingo cards filled out? I was like, all right, I was like, where'd my bingo card go? I had it somewhere. Bingo. All right, guys, let's see. I'm wondering, have you guys been able to mark anything off your bingo cards? It's linked down in the YouTube description. If one of you guys one of the mods want to just drop bingo card down in the chat for anyone who doesn't have a bingo card yet.
I followed someone new.
Ooh, all right.
I know I've done that.
Share an excerpt.
I am getting the bingo card for you.
Entered a giveaway. I did do that.
You did enter a giveaway.
Yeah.
That is the bingo card that's just sent out.
And I'll even count. I won't lift up what I was working on, but I got like 10 of these little coasters, diamond painting coasters with cats, and I just finished the last one.
Guys, should I apologize?
But it's got glue and stuff on it, so I can't pick it up. Otherwise, it'll just drip off.
Yeah, no, you didn't actually apologize for being late.
Oh, sweet. All right, then I don't have to mark that down. I'm so used to it.
We did have writing habit discussions.
We did.
I ate during the stream because it's me. I can't not eat. I don't know why. It's like if I'm on stream, I'm hungry.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I only got a couple. I mean, maybe you guys probably got more than me. Definitely make sure we just dropped a link down in the chat. So make sure to pick up your own copy of a bingo card. It's randomized, so you'll get another one for you. Yeah, we're going to reward. We'll see how we can reward those who get a row.
5 in a row. We talked about 5 in a row, 5 in a column, row,
yeah, I think
or diagonal 5. And then we talked
I
about
think in any direction is probably fine. Like any 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, so any type of 5 in a row is fine. And then the first blackout. I'm curious to see who can fill out their card completely first.
Yeah, I'm excited for the sprints, because I think that's when we'll be able to have some other ones, such as a hot mic or writing 500 words.
So that's definitely very cool. And then don't forget about our other game we're running in the community, the Mad Lib. So very cool. All you have to do is hop over to the WriteNow channel. How do we do it, Courtney? So yeah, so hop into the WriteNow channel, and Courtney we have all those words listed. All you got to do is let us know one of each of those words, and we'll choose our favorites and plug them into the Mad Lib at the end of the WriteNow. So super cool. Yay. Hooray. Hooray. Awesome. So just wanted to do a quick check-in on that. Once again, very, very cool. I feel like we've had some great wins, some great accomplishments, and some great achievements for our writers in the community. And we're now going to be hopping in to being a little productive. So we're going to hop in next, try to get some productivity up on our end. So I'll let you guys get going. You'll see all of us soon. Everyone will be joining. Courtney, Soul, Natalie. I appreciate you guys. Such a fun conversation. I feel way more accomplished now in 2025 than I did an hour ago.
It's all about perspective. Be nice to yourself and don't think of what you wanted to do. Think of what you did do.
I appreciate that, Nicole.
And yes. Round of applause.
Thank you. Awesome. All right. Well, I appreciate all y'all, and we will queue up. I think the next one. What I have next up? I have something. Okay. All right. So I'll let you guys get going. Thank you so much for joining us. Writers in the chat, welcome to the WriteNow-a-thon. If you're just hopping into the stream, welcome. This is our writing celebration. This is our festival where we are coming together with writers in the community and celebrating with workshops, panels, writing sprints, events. We're about to hop into a writing sprint next, but not just any writing sprint, a themed writing sprint. But before we do, if you want to be part of an active writing community, then the WriteNow Discord is the place for you. This We are super active on Discord. We do writing games, writing conversations. Everyone's favorite channel is the meme channel. As we know as writers, we love posting up memes. Writers love throwing up pictures of all our favorite mascots. Or sometimes if you need to get help and feedback on your work, we have feedback sections on the Discord as well. So make sure that if you have not already joined our Right Now community, sign up now. It's linked down in the YouTube description, and I will also drop it down in the chat. The Right Now Discord for you, a community for writers by writers. Awesome. So with that being said, let's queue up into our next section, because I know I'm ready to be a little productive. I'm feeling super motivated and inspired, and you guys know me. I got to get Scarecrow published by next week, apparently. So clearly I need to make some progress with Scarecrow. So without further ado, let's hop into our next session with Rattle Your Bones Writing Sprint. Fantasy, romantasy, and horror writers. Spooky season lives on. Join 2 25-minute writing sprints set to eerie, atmospheric music. Settle in, get the chills, and let the words pour out, because this one is going to be a graveyard smash. Without further ado, let me welcome our fellow writer in the community, Briana Bass. Welcome, welcome, my friend.
Hey, Kaufman, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. So far, we're about 4 hours in. I still feel great. I still feel very, very energized, and I feel very enthusiastic. We've had some great conversations in the chat with the other writers. We've looked back on the past year. We've been talking about the future and the past. I'm kind of living, what's that one movie, the time traveling movie? Everywhere, all at once. Everything, everywhere, all at once. I feel like I'm kind of in a couple of different time periods.
Everything all at once, yeah.
So it's been really cool. But as always, Briana, I love having you part of the community. And I think we're probably down for a writing sprint right now. We've had a lot of information, some really great conversations, and I think I'm ready to kind of start feeling productive. But first, before we get into it, do you want to just do a quick little intro, who you are, what you do, for anyone who doesn't know you?
Sure. So hi, everyone. My name is Briana Bass. I write romance stories for modern Christian women. Started with small town contemporary, but now I'm switching over into romantasy, which is quite exciting. All right. Well, Are we ready to get productive?
Yeah. So, Briana, you are all set. What I'll let you do is, if you want, you can throw up the screen share for what you wanted to share. Let's see. Perfect. And then I will let you lead it away, take it away with this writing sprint. All right. I was like, I feel like I haven't been writing at all this week. So I was like, I actually really need this right now.
Oh gosh. All right. Let me pull up. We're going to do 25 minutes. We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll do another 25 minutes. So I'm with you, Kaufman. I have not been very productive lately, so this is perfect. All right, so let me go ahead and start our timer, and I'll get our music going.
Awesome.
All right. That was our first 25 minutes. We are going to go ahead 5-minute break. Go ahead and get that timer going.
Hey, what's up, Briana? I decided to come back and join y'all real quick. How did that writing sprint treat you?
All right. Yeah. Well, I was productive. I hope you were.
Yeah, I feel like I was able to make some decent ideas and a lot of administrative things. Not related to Scarecrow, but I tried in my heart.
Hey, productivity is productivity, especially when you're an author. It's not always about actually drafting. So
You're absolutely right about
we
that.
wear a lot of hats.
Where are you at in your writing journey right now? Are you in the middle of developing a novella?
So I do have some novellas that I've been working on. They're a contemporary romance that'll be coming out hopefully summer 2026. But the big project has been the romantasy, and it's a lot of world building right now.
Ooh, that is really, really exciting. So you're doing romantasy with a lot of world building. Any hints that you can give us on the book that you're working on right now?
Yes. So the series is called The Skeleton Dance, hence the theming. And book 1 is called Wicked Waltz, and that'll be out in April of 2027.
Okay.
And it blends faith, fairy tale, and fantasy. And I'm pretty excited about it. I've written a romantasy short story before, but this is my first dive into something a bit more epic.
Ooh, I love. Wait, what's it called?
It's called The Skeleton Dance.
The Skeleton Dance. And this is more of an. So is it more epic because it's more like a larger world or like a larger plot, or they're more going on more like a bigger journey? What like is making it more epic than what you usually write?
All of that. Yeah. So usually I write like the standalone novellas, and this is a 4-book series. So that in of itself is just larger than I'm used to. But also, yeah, it's, you have characters that you're now following for 4 books, and they have their journeys and their arcs, and it's much bigger in size and scale and everything than what I have written before, but I'm having a lot of fun with it.
Ooh, that is so exciting. I think anytime that we start on like a new like book series or something that we're not used to, I feel like it becomes like such an endeavor. Have you been working on it most this year, or did you just start it?
Oh yeah. Yeah. And I love hearing what other people are working on and just hearing like their passion about their stories.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it looks like we got some, it looks like a couple of the writers in the chat made some progress as well. Nice.
Awesome. Yes.
We're 10 words. Poetic Heck. I just engaged on socials so I could stop when the sprint ended. Well, welcome back. But I think we're doing another sprint, right?
Nice.
And
yep, just a moment here.
But I mean, like you said, doing social media stuff for your author brand is also like a part of the journey. It's like that goes in that author branding category. If nobody knows who you are, how are they going to be able to pick up your books?
Exactly.
Oh man. But I think writing sprints are always good. I feel like they always allow us to be productive.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And I'm liking the spooky vibe that we're going back to in the Christmas season.
Hey, you know what? Like I said, Halloween does not have to end November 1st. It can be Halloween year round.
Yes. So I absolutely love it. Let's I know you're probably hopping back into it. Briana, one of my questions, some of the writers in the chat were asking, do we have a timer that we can throw up on screen?
I do have a timer. I'm sorry. I think it's just showing my playlist, isn't it? Not the timer.
Yeah. So if you want, what you can do,
Let me.
here we go. So what I will do is I'll close the screen share so you can redo it. Okay, actually I think you have to stop the screen share. Oh, that's
Okay.
interesting.
Yep. Let me grab.
Yeah.
it.
So basically, what you do is you can screen share. It gives you the option. I think you have to screen share the entire an entire window if you want to get the timer and the playlist on there as well. And then just make sure to check the button that says audio.
There it is. Okay.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
All
You
right.
know what?
I think we are good now.
Nice.
So
DL,
let me
you
pop
made
in
some
really
progress
quick
too.
and get the playlist ready to reset.
Awesome.
And we'll
I'm like,
be
this
off.
makes me want to go back to Halloween, Briana. I want to go back to Halloween already.
Awesome. I am totally loving that. So let me get us started here.
All right. And then let's see. Perfect. Awesome.
There we go.
Briana, appreciate you.
Let's see.
All right. That was another writing sprint. Briana, how did that treat you? Were you able to make some progress that time?
Well, that was fun.
I feel like we were able to push forward a little
Alrighty.
bit.
Well, thank
Mhm.
you for letting me host.
Of course. I absolutely loved that playlist, by the way. That was actually really, really cool music. Awesome. Perfect. So,
Right.
yeah. So, Brianna, thank you so
And
much
I
for.
will.
Yeah, thank you so much for hosting that. I was just gonna say, if you wanted to tell people where to find you, did you want to give a quick shout out? All right. Well, let's see. It looks like we might have lost Brianna's connection, but definitely that was definitely a really fun little stream. Brianna, thank you so much for joining us today. I think we might have lost your connection, but as always, so if you want to learn more about Brianna, it looked like she was dealing with some connection quality. I think there was some weather in her area. You can find out more about her. Go check out her stuff down. It's linked down in the YouTube description down below. Hopefully, were you able to make some progress that time? Let's see. Megan, 257 words. Awesome. I know. I think she's dealing with some weather over in her area, but all progress is good progress. So hopefully we're able to push on and make a little bit of progress with her storytelling. I definitely got some really good ideas. I did not get any words on page, but that's all right. I got some good ideas. So I feel like I still feel pretty well accomplished. So I feel like that was a really, really nice change as we kind of transition out of doing a group conversation into a writing sprint. I'm feeling a little productive. I hope you were able to get some productivity in as well, because now we're going to start changing gears and we're going to start thinking about the one thing that we all need help with, which is world building. We're going to start thinking about how do we go about navigating world building? Because if your world is not believable, then your readers just aren't going to be interested in the context of the story that you're trying to tell. I know myself as a fantasy reader, I got to have my races, I got to have my cultures, the creatures, the magic, and all the things in between to create a great reading experience. So I know I am super excited. And without further ado, let me cue this up as we slide into our next presentation. Join an open world building session focused on crafting rich cultures, creatures, and settings. Learn how to build immersive worlds that enhance your story instead of overshadowing it. World building with thought. And welcome back to the stage our very own word master, the amazing, the incredible Hollow. Welcome back, my friend.
So hey guys, so I'm not coming into this as Chat Soul, I'm coming into this as Hollow. That is my that's my typical pen name. That's what I wrote Pirates under. And I'm going to be helping everyone learn how to do some world building better. I actually have a little thing that I made up to help kind of give a little bit of visual.
And so before we get into it, I think now's the time we're going to launch your giveaway. So we're actually going to queue up the beginning of this session with a free giveaway for Soul. All right, so let me throw this up here. We're going to be doing a giveaway. So Soul is offering this through Eclipse Forge. And let me make sure I have it up on my screen correctly. All right, perfect. Here we go. So we have our next giveaway. So this is a service, essentially. So actually, I'll let you do the honors.
Okay, so for anyone who hasn't been in the community and seen this, I work under the name Eclipse Forge. Eclipse is kind of my go-to for the company, for the few kind of company things that I run. Eclipse Forge is an editing and content creation business that I run as a freelancer. So I offer different things for people to ask me for help with. One of them is beta reading. I do developmental editing, action scene review, but today I'm offering the first tier of world building, of a world building, character creation, or creature or race building. I'm going to be offering the first tier of that completely free. Or if you'd actually want to get everything, I also have a bundle that is available that encompasses everything in the first tiers, but all together, and I can give a 50% code off for that.
Wow, so that's really, really cool. And I know, especially for anyone who's struggles with creating like diverse creatures, diverse races, or any types of like character development or anything to that nature, Soul's really good at it. I know one of the things that I always see, you always have like the most diverse cast of characters ever. You always have such a diverse cast of characters. And I know, like myself, how much we love world building. So absolutely, highly recommend. And this is our next giveaway. So if you're needing help with world building, regardless of what genre for your story, then sign up for our giveaway. Type into the chat #creature to be eligible for this next giveaway. We'll queue it up now. Type in #creature to be eligible for this next giveaway. This is going to give you the chance for some help with world building, creature race development, and character development, or 50% off the creation bundle.
And for anyone that might be curious about what kind of creatures I can create, stick around for later. I'm also running an event where I will be doing a live drawing session of a creature that I designed. And I'm just going to say this, it's weird. It is weird.
Yeah, so definitely in a bit, we'll have the creature. I think we framed it as the creature writing game. It's going to be super cool. It's going to be super cool, by the way. So definitely for now, type in #creature. We will be raffling it off at the end of the session. So #creature, and that's what we got. Awesome. Wanted to show that. And Soul, I will let you take it away and do your thing.
All right.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, so yeah, I know this kind of look a little more like a presentation. It's not what I meant, the way I could organize it. So world building with thought. So just a little bit about myself as Hollow real quick. I'm a fiction writer from the Midwest in the US. Adore action, adventure, coming of age, and a lot of survival stories. It's kind of what I write as well. So I'm definitely into reading it. The biggest inspirations I've had growing up, One Piece, Warriors by Aaron Hunter, and in the past few years, the Earth's Children series. There's a lot of world building to those. There's a lot of characters. There's a lot of, well, as Coffin put it, diversity. And well, I mean, you got to have at least a little bit, but it's no fun when all the characters are the same. So this is the kind of world building that I actually do. I create immersive worlds. I'm going to use my best example, which nobody's actually going to recognize. It's called Elune. It was actually created as a D&D game, an entire campaign that I wanted to try and run, and it's currently just being reworked into a lit RPG that I'm hoping to turn into a podcast. So Elune is the name of a country that I created. I have created races for it. I created cultures. I even have ideas about the languages found within it. One of my favorite locations that I've designed is actually in a castle that's located a little left of center of the country. And I think I had the backstory for that entire area done before I actually had the rest of the campaign finished. And that was not working on characters. That was just working on the world, how a loon came to be there, and why things were the way they were. Here's some other examples of mine. People are going to recognize Pirates. That's the book that I published under Hollow. First one, Burning Ember, came out last year. Came out last year in June. This is actually, it's technically a sci-fi book, but it is set in the future. It is set in the future about 2,000 years after the world is wiped out by an apocalypse. So I focused on that. It's Earth, but just a little different. Animal Instincts, also a futuristic book, but it's not apocalyptic in the same way. It's more of humans were wiped out by a creature that they created through genetic modification. Essentially, they were basically furries. They created them as super soldiers, but some of them actually had wills not unlike a human, and basically rose up against them. Transfer is another one. That one is actually a lot more cyberpunk. It is definitely, there are humans, they're very rare. Most humans exist as a brain chip. But that one, the world building, there's like 3 different races, not based off the actual chips that make up the human, but what their bodies look like. So that one kind of goes with race, but it's also a lot of world building. And then Age of Ash, my latest work, prehistoric time, late Cretaceous period, actually. So I actually got to work with a world that we know through fossil records, but we've never actually seen. So I also write fan fiction for those who are familiar with me in the community. I have written mainly in One Piece. I'm actually looking to delve into Avatar from James Cameron. I've also written in the past for Warriors and How to Train Your Dragon. And I was actually able to take those worlds and as they exist and add to them. I actually took the characters, like the canon characters, the ones that were already there, and I worked within their worlds without changing it or with changing as little as possible, unless I did like a canon divergence sort of thing. But I learned but that's actually kind of how I learned how to world build, is by studying them. It's by studying these series, and I think it's helped. So first, you got to think about geography. So climate, topography, resources, that is the basics of the world you want. I think some people look at world building and they just think like culture and race. I think some look at world building and think, oh, is it technological? Is it magical? Is it sci-fi based? But no, if you really want to start with your world, what does it look like? Just what does it look like on the base level? So look at the climate. Do you have deserts? Is there a lot of tundras? Are you working with a world that has very little gravity? Or are you working with something with high gravity? Are you working with something that they don't have rain, but they have another way of getting water? And think about how that affects it. The topography, which is like mountains, valleys, plains, etc. How does it actually look when you see it like in photos? Do you see mountains rising up, going above the clouds? Do you see these valleys below them that maybe have lakes and whatnot? Do you have these wide open spaces? And what do those open spaces look like? Are they a bunch of grasses, or is it sand, or is it like scrub brush like you'd find out like in Arizona, which that would be like sagebrush, Joshua trees, cactuses, etc. And then resources, that one kind of depends on the other two. Resources can be both the actual natural elements. So what do they eat? What do they use to build? And resources can also look like non-natural things, such as like, well, are there a bunch of like fallen cities? Do they use the fallen ruins to actually build things? Do they strip them of metal? Do they take the concrete and actually manage to turn it into something better? And so that's what resources would look like. So this is like just the basics. You don't have this. I don't think you're going to get very far. So then this is another thing that I think I've seen actually quite a few people struggle with: culture. Culture can be very small. Most of the time, I think it's bigger than what people anticipate. social structures, belief systems, customs, that sometimes that does translate directly into religion. Sometimes it is more of traditions. So social structures, think of patriarchy, matriarchy, who leads it, how do they treat elders, how do they treat children, do like people have like a coming of age ceremonies when they turn, like 16 or something. Like, I know a common thing is, at least in the US, I'm not sure where it's what it's like elsewhere. Sorry, can't talk today. But when you turn 16, get your license and get a car. That's kind of almost like a tradition, I think, for some people. For others, it might be you turn 16 and you get a job. Another social thing is like when you go to college. I see a lot of people that they think, oh, hey, I got to go to college because I'm 20 and I haven't done that yet. But that could also be, hey, no, I got to have a family before I can go to college. That's all part of social structure. Belief systems, traditions, and faith. That's pretty much just it. Do you believe in gods? Do you believe in the spirits? Do you follow them? Do you do anything like praying to them, or do you just simply ignore them? Even that can be a belief system, is not believing. And then customs, that ties it both into social and belief systems, because customs can actually be tied strictly into religions. They can be tied into tradition, or they can be just a great social thing. So Macy's Day Parade, I would say that is a custom by this point. The ball dropping in, I believe it's New York, that's another custom that we have. Those are just the ones in the US that come off the top of my head. And of course, 4th of July, Thanksgiving, Valentine's, even other customs. And then think about your history. If you have everything up to this point, you know what your world looks like, you know what it smells like, you know what kind of things you're going to find there, and then suddenly you create your people. How do they get there? Just how did they get to be where they are? You got to think about that too. So key events, significant occurrences, shape of civilization's narrative. The Age of Bronze, when we first found fire, when stone tools became a thing, when we first painted something on the walls of a cave, when we first created religion, or not religion, sorry, looking at something else there, when you're thinking about language. All of those are key events, because they don't just make one small change. No, they make changes that ripple across the world and affect everyone. Everyone, even if the language is different, yeah, no, it's still a key event, even if it's not the same as it is like 2,000 miles away. It's still language. It still affects the people around you. Influential figures. Most of the time we think of people. I think influential figures, and this is just a personal thing, might include species that have disappeared. So I think like an influential figure to me could be the end of the Ice Age, when the mammoths started disappearing, and an entire herd ended up on an island and started inbreeding so much they died out. I could even see that as an influential figure, because that showed something that could happen if we're not careful. That actually taught a lesson there. But influential figures, most people think of leaders. So think of like presidents, think of generals, think of major religious figures that we still talk about today. All of those are influential figures because they did something, they said something that made an impact. And sometimes tied to key events, sometimes not. Technological advances is also a huge one. I think technological advances, though, that one, you don't need people. You do not need people for that. That one, I think technological could also translate into magical advances as well, depending on the kind of world that you have. So how advanced are you actually going to go? Are you just going to stay in the Stone Age? That's still a technological advance. Are you going to go all the way to cyberpunk? Yeah, that is definitely technological advance. Are you going to go to steampunk? Goes a little different direction, but still in advance. So then after you have all of that, then you need to try to tie in rules, technology, and magic. And I think somebody's playing behind the scenes there. So the rules are, and that is mistyped, how daily life is affected by your world. If something is a constant, such as deserts, they have a season where they have a rainy season, but then it doesn't rain the rest of the year. That is a rule. If there is, air gets thinner as you get to the top of a mountain, that's a rule. And then there might be and then there's also rules for like social changes as well. That the rules could be, hey, we do this as part of a custom. We do this as part of a tradition. That counts as a rule. As long as it is a constant that determines how life is affected, that how life works, yeah, it's a rule. And it is and rules is just very broad because it can touch so much. Technology, yeah, even if you just think of, oh, hey, no, these people just know, these humans that I'm writing about just know how to use fire, that's still technology. If they just know how to make a spear by sharpening a stick, that's still technology. If they know how to build floating skyscrapers and these cities that can float halfway up our orbit, or into orbit like halfway up the atmosphere, yeah, that's definitely technology. Technology is as much as you need it, and really, I think as long as, yeah, I think if anything can be considered a tool, I think that would be considered technology. Not every book actually has technology though. Age of Ash does not. They don't need it. They're dinosaurs. And then magic. That's a system that I actually love messing with because technology has strict rules. I mean, you kind of have to know how it works. You kind of have to know what you're doing. Magic, I have seen magic be simply, oh, I say this word and this thing happens. And then I've also seen where magic can be like, oh, hey, I have to use all these ingredients, all these different items, and well, then suddenly it works because I did this specific order. Magic can have no rules or it can have all the rules. It can be anywhere in between and it's fun. So here's some thoughtful techniques. So when you think about your world and what you're doing with it, everything is connected. Who populates your world? Think about your characters. When you think about your characters, what are they doing? Are they destroying the world? Are they trying to save it? Are they just living in it? And then are they manipulating it somehow, or are they trying to live without touching it? You have to think about who is there and why. Sensory details, and this is the biggest thing you want to think about with worlds. I have seen too many stories online that the worlds could have been good, but I have no idea what it smells like. I have no idea what something would taste like. I don't know how far I could see something. I don't know how thick a fog might be. I don't know how thin the air might get. You need to understand how the world feels in all 6 senses. And I say 6 because 6th sense, I'm including that. Even that, you got to think about, is something going to affect that? That's not always, but if you hear scratching, I apologize. And then conflicts. I say conflict, but what I mean with that is more of, why is your world the way it is? If your world is primitive, why is it primitive? For Age of Ash, it is primitive because humans do not exist yet. Mammals are very small, mainly like shrews or something like the size of a rat. And you've got some birds. There's no humans. There's no beings that can manipulate that world yet to the point that it could look something more recognizable to us. And then I've got like pirates. Why is that world like it? Because there was an apocalypse. But there was an apocalypse and it destroyed everything. I know how, and I actually had to figure out, how did people get to these islands that appeared? I put them on arcs. The arcs, actually, I don't know where I put the definition, but I actually had a reason why it was called an arc, A-R-K. But I had to think about that. So these people used arcs to get to these islands. Well, why? Well, because these arcs were used to carry different technology. Well, why were the arcs used to carry technology? I went deep with my worlds. I go very deep with my worlds. You don't have to go that deep, but you do need to understand why your world looks the way it does, and why it acts the way it does, and why people interact with it the way they do. So, only limit to a realization. Believe in your vision and take action. If you can't visualize your world, and I mean, I'm not saying this in a literal, you need to be able to see it like you see a picture in your head. If you design a world and you can't picture it, maybe you need to do a bit more work on it. If you can picture it, but you feel like there's something missing, probably something missing. And I will admit, from a writer's point of view and not a reader's, not everything I designed for my world actually made an appearance. I have it written down. I know exactly why certain things happened, but maybe 10% of that actually makes it into my stories. I don't need to actually put everything. I just need to make sure there's enough for the reader to understand what's going on and how the world is affecting everything. So now I'm going to actually do a little brainstorming session. If there's any questions you guys have, please send them and I will answer them. But one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to actually start designing a world and kind of get an idea of it. So let's see. So I will not be pulling that up onto the screen. I will just be leaving that up for the moment. But so let's see. So if I want a world, I'm going to try to go with a fantasy world. I'm going to try to think of something where the creature that I'm going to be making later, I'm going to think of something where that could survive. I'm not going to tell you guys what the creature is because, well, it doesn't quite have a name yet, but I know what it looks like. I know what it acts like. But now I have to think, okay, well, if I put it in this world, is it going to survive? Is it going to survive and how? So what I'm going to be creating is more of a fantasy creature. Why am I saying more of it? It's definitely a fantasy creature. I think if we actually try to create something with this, if I think we actually try to create it in real life, well, yeah, no, that Jurassic Park might look a little tame. See, here's a question. Do you create characters first or your world first? I have actually seen people go back and forth on this. Some people create their characters first. Some people create their worlds first. I think it depends on what you're wanting to do. Sometimes, and I will admit this is me a lot of the times, my characters will be screaming at me in the back of my head and be like, hey, I want to be in this kind of a story. You don't fit in any of the stories I've made. Well, then maybe make one. So I have to create, so I have the character, but then I have to create a world where they fit. And then I've actually had a few worlds, like Alune. I had that before I ever had any of the characters. I knew what that world was going to look like, and it was loosely based off of D&D. I mean, it did start out as a D&D campaign. It was just kind of a custom, a homebrewed one. But I thought about, okay, well, if I want this to look like it's going to fit in a D&D campaign, what am I going to do with it? And so I had to think, is it going to have forest? Are there going to be deserts? Is it going to have a huge lake in the middle? Is there going to be mountains? I thought of all of that first because I already had a general idea of what I was going to do with it. It wasn't until, I think it took me 3 months to actually design characters for it. So let's see, if I'm going to create a fantasy world, I have an idea of a creature for it. The earth is about 70% water. I'm going to take my world and I'm going to create something that's a little less water. Okay, here's a good one. Okay, how do you come up with the name of your world or realm when creating your fantasy world? I'm not going to lie, I use fantasy name generator. Some people actually can come up with names on their own, and sometimes they can, sometimes they can't. It depends on what they're wanting it for. I mean, sometimes the name actually really does reflect what you're doing, and sometimes I think it's the name of your world the same way Earth is the name of our planets. So I don't think it needs to absolutely reflect on the world or realm. Yes, I use a fantasy name generator. There's a few out there, but there's a major site that I use that I swear every year it has more generators on it. It is really cool. If anyone's interested, I can actually share the link later. But meaningful names, don't name, and I say this both for worlds and for characters and for literally everything else. Do not name something without meaning it. You have to laugh at that. Yeah, sometimes the generators are very useful. I mean, you can create like 100 things, but you might need 101, so. Let's see. Yeah, no, if you're going to name something, world, character, creature, race, culture, whatever, don't name it without meaning. This is more of a personal thing, and I feel very strongly on this. If you're going to name something and it's going to have absolutely no meaning at all, then find a meaning or find a different name. Especially because for writers, if we want people to actually enjoy our works, we want them to be able to remember it. If you come up with some random crap name that even you can't remember half the time, how are you going to expect your readers to remember it? I mean, sometimes names are simple, but even a simple name can have meaning and can be remembered in the right moments. So let's see. So for my world, about 65% water. And I'm going to have, let's see, the 30% of land. So basically think of Earth with a little more land, a little less water, but also I'm going to take a page from One Piece, from Oda, and I'm going to put Sky Islands. So basically clouds or something similar that you could basically walk on. So far I've got this fantasy world, mostly water, a little bit of land, tiny bit of sky islands that people could walk on. So let's see. What kind of climate do I want this to have? My creature, considering where it's going to survive, I'd say my world's probably going to be a little bit like Earth for the most parts. I'm going to point this out because he's definitely got a points. Yeah, if it doesn't fit the story or the genre, I'm going to have a harder time with it. Yeah, Scoutron Worldback and a human sci-fi space opera. Okay, I'm going to admit I would probably see that name in that kind of genre and not think too much of it. That name could be very fantasy-based, but it also does sound a little sci-fi to me. So let's see if I want climate. I'm going to have an Earth-like climate. So rainy areas, deserts, mountain, desert heat. There's also tundra deserts, which I'm gonna be honest, and it's a little embarrassing. I didn't really think those were real until about 3 or 4 years ago during a random conversation with my partner. But he told me about that, and I thought that was actually kind of neat. So let's see. So I've got Earth-like climates. What kind of technology do I want in this world? I'm gonna have none. I'm gonna create a world with none. Because humans or human-like equivalents don't exist for my world, at least how I'm imagining it now. So magic. I'm going to go with a natural magic system. So I know for a lot of people that can mean a lot of different things. I'm more talking about simply just the simple magic of something exists until it doesn't. There's energy that flows through everything and is returned at the end and just keeps going in an everlasting cycle. So let's see. So let's go back through this. So I'm going to follow this. So geography, climate, topography, resources. Just going to follow this now. Kind of give people an idea of what they could do. So let's see. I've got climate, but I don't know what kind of resources I'm going to have or the kind of topography. The climate is Earth-like, but do I want something that actually looks like Earth? Or do I want something that's going to look a little more rugged? Do I want something a little more flat? Let me think. Just for the heck of it, it's going to be a little more flat. If I actually had a good map maker, I would actually draw this, but I don't think I can get to something and actually have a good amount of time for this. So topography, a little flatter, more marshes. Deltas and islands. So there's less water, but I'm thinking of something, well, less water overall, but I'm thinking more of something that the mountains aren't quite as tall. So it's probably more of a younger world compared to Earth. Because, I mean, you look at Earth, the youngest mountains are tall. The oldest mountains are actually lower and starting to flatten. But I'm thinking of something that is younger in the sense of the mountains simply haven't had time to grow. More marshes, deltas, and islands. So there's more land, but there's also more wet places compared to what we have now. Rainforest, pine forest, and I'm not even going to have a deciduous forest. See how a world would work without that. I think that'd actually be kind of interesting to see. Deserts and tundras as well, because, well, you got deserts. I feel like if you have deserts, you got to have tundras. You got to have something that is going to be closer on the opposite side of what kind of climate it could have. Resources for survival, so like what kind of food. I'm just going to say, since this is not technological, it's just going to have the known prey predator dynamics in terms of what kind of creatures there are. And I'm not saying this in a way of I'm going to design all the creatures, but I'm trying to think if there's something populating this world. Well, if there's too much prey, like too much like grass eaters, yeah, I don't think if there's not something that is going to be able to take them down to cull their numbers occasionally, not going to be much plant life left. But too many predators, they might eat each other, but I think it's going to go more of a, might be a little more violent. And I'm personally not going to create something overly violent. I'm trying to think if this is rainy areas, desert heats, tundra heats, for climates with flatter territories, but also wetter areas. I feel like this kind of world would have more reeds, marshes, like marsh plants. So I'm gonna say this: I am more of a pantser than anything else. I believe the Right Now community calls it a discovery writer. Discovering our world as we write it. Some worlds are like that. Sometimes you only need to actually create like the very basics, and then as you actually continue working, then you can see, oh wait a minute, I have this creature, I have this character that's working with this world, but they need to do this specific thing, but I haven't added this resource yet. Discovery writers and architects. Those who build and those who don't. Technically, they both build, just architects decide to build ahead of time. They make blueprints, basically. So let me think. And I am actually using the discovery slash. I'm actually using more of the discovery. I'm actually using more discovery writing right now to actually think about my world, because while I'm actually writing everything down and planning it, I'm just trying to think of each thing individually as it comes to me, rather than actually purposely going forward and thinking, okay, well, I know I want this, I know I want that. I'm more thinking of, well, if I have this, would it have that? And I think that falls more into discovery. So let's see, younger wealthy for more resources. I think shorter trees would be a thing. It's going to have rainforest, going to have pine forest, but if the land itself is wetter, I feel like the trees aren't going to be quite as tall. For anyone who's been in the US and has traveled out towards California, if you're familiar with what sequoias are, yeah, I'm not picturing something like that growing in a marshland. I think that would need something firmer. I think it would need something a little drier. Might be wrong, but just based on when I was there, I visited there years ago, that's what I would imagine is more of, not going to survive in a kind of more marshy territory. So let's see. Even without humans, even without, when I say sentient species, not that non-humans can't be sentient, but the creature I'm designing, it would be sentient in the same way a dog, a cat, or a fox would be. It's going to be smart. It's going to know its territory. It's going to know its terrain, but it's not really going to be a tool user. For social structures, that would fall more under, I think, creature dynamics and behavior patterns. So that's still a part of world building, but it's not direct, but it's not going to be like, it's not directly impacted the same way. Yeah. The behavior can actually be determined based off what the creature is. So I don't really want to give away what I'm going to be designing yet. So I can't really design a social structure until I actually get to the creature and I show everyone. Same thing with the belief systems and customs. For the history, key events. So I'm thinking my own key events for this world. You know, no asteroid. We had an asteroid hit our planet and wipe out the dinosaurs. I'm not imagining that for this world. I'm imagining this world is a little quieter in that aspect, that there wasn't some mass extinction of that kind. In mass extinction events, I mean, yeah, no, anyone's really going to understand what that means is bunch of species are going to die out. Flora and fauna, plants and animals. Doesn't have to be an asteroid. Mass extinction events can be simply, I've actually imagined mass extinction events can be everything from asteroids hitting the earth to ice taking over everything and then melting back drastically, to even too many predators in the world. Not enough prey, too many predators, they start going at each other, and suddenly you only got maybe a quarter of the species left at most. So I think even that could be even be part of like a key event, mass extinction event. Thinking my creature and how it would survive in my world. Aside from no asteroid key events, ancient upheaval. So for a key event for myself, an upheaval of the world where the plate, similar to when our continents split apart. Yeah, they had something similar, except instead of splitting, I'm actually imagining my world being something more of, they had a few continents, and I mean just a few, like 3 or 4 at most, that they crashed together, but instead of causing like mountains, I feel like it would actually crumble. With there being wetter territory and not quite as firm ground everywhere, it was more likely to crumble and sort of flatten into really hilly kind of territory. And because the ground would be softer, instead of crumbling into like a Death Valley kind of situation where there's all those cracks everywhere because of the heat and because of the terrain, something more of, no, the ground is softer, so instead of creating cracks, it just kind of melts together in a big marsh or a big bog. Because there's no human-like creatures, there's nothing with that kind of sentience, I can't imagine there being any technological advances in my world. Because there's nothing that uses tools, at least that I can imagine off the top of my head. And I haven't, since I've only designed one thing for it, and that very thing does not have the same kind of brain that we have or that primates would have, yeah, it's not going to have any technological advances. I could go on forever about the rules of this world. I really could. I'm one of the people where when I say research, I'm talking like, am I trying to write a dissertation? Because that is what it feels like half the time. I delve deep into my worlds. I try to think of every little thing possible. If water drains in a specific area, why? Why does it do that? If the air doesn't move as quickly, is there a reason for that? Is it because the air is being blocked? Is it because maybe there is no block? So it's not like moving like water in river rapids where it hits and swirls and then it's suddenly going everything faster. Maybe there's nothing to stop it, so it wouldn't go faster. But I'm gonna think. One rule I can think of is rainy seasons last longer. So if this world is more marshy and boggy than ours, more deltas, silt inlets, etc., I feel like rain is going to be a little more frequent. Because water evaporates into the sky, so it's going to come back down, but if it's all going in a cycle, it's not really going to change the levels, like drastically. So yeah, rainy seasons are longer in this world. For a rainy kind of marsh world, I can almost imagine winters would be milder than what Earth would have. And I mean, I know like winter is different depending on where you go on Earth, but I'm thinking overall their winters would be less likely to be cold. Maybe around the poles it'd be a little different, but that would actually be directly affected by, do they have the same magnetic field? I'm going to say this world is denser. Denser gravity. So with the denser gravity, how would the magnetic poles be affected? I could easily go off on a tangent like that. I'm probably going to be looking that up after this whole event now. Like I said, I go deep into my world. I try to imagine every tiny little thing. So, think of one more rule that I could follow for this. This would affect more of the creatures than so with the denser gravity, creatures are going to be affected. So this is something that directly impacts, well, evolution and everything. So heavier creatures or creatures with hollow bones that allow for flight or floating. See, I feel like with a denser gravity, if things are being pulled down to the planet harder than what they would be on Earth, yeah, no, I feel like they're going to have heavier bones. They're going to have heavier bone structure. It's probably going to be thicker. But then the creatures that are more like birds, hollow bones might be also thicker, allowing for more of the hollowness, which would also affect lung size, organ placement, all of that. Like I said, I could go on about that. I love anything with genetics, so that's another thing I could go on for. But I actually cannot imagine any magic for this. I mean, aside from the natural magic for this world, I really can't imagine this world having other kinds of magic. Or at the very least, magic rule. I swear, I always misspell that. Yep, and I misspelled it again. So I'm thinking for this kind of world with the creatures that I'm kind of picturing that could survive here. This would fall, I think this would really fall more under magic. Some creatures using telepathy to actually talk to each other. Maybe the heavier gravity requires more strength. Some creatures wouldn't have that kind of strength to travel long distances. So maybe they have a way of communicating over long distances that is more probably closer to magic. I guess it wouldn't really be magic, it'd be more of frequencies that a human would not be able to hear, but something that you could hear over long distances. Others might actually be able to use telekinesis as well. If the gravity is heavier, they need a way to actually work with that. They need a way to actually maybe lift things if they don't have the strength. Telekinesis could actually work for that. So I've only got one character for this world that I've designed. That's a creature I'm going to be making later. It is the only one that I know off my head. More I will maybe design some other time just to kind of give it a little more life. Sensory details though, I'm only going to list a few because I don't think I have enough time to try to think of all of them. So let's see, how does the world feel? I feel like it's going to be damper. With less water, but more marshy areas, I feel like the world is actually going to be damper overall. Dry areas might actually feel even drier by comparison. Simply to even everything out. For smells, for taste, for sight. If the planet's curved, it'll be just like Earth. You can only see so far before the planet curves out of sight, and it's more pronounced the higher you go. I feel like this world would also smell earthier. I feel like you could actually smell mud better. And probably because of all the kind of marshier areas, yeah, the smell of water plants is probably going to be a lot stronger. As for taste, that is so varied. I'm not even going to go into that right now. I feel like there's too much with that. As for conflict, because it's more of a primitive world compared to what we have, I feel like it would just have the tectonic plates. I feel like their main conflict would just simply be the tectonic plates that create the continents simply crashing together, and can't really imagine anything else major than that at this point. But all right, so I have created this interesting world, and if I get the chance, I'm going to try to draw this before my session later, so that people can kind of get an idea of where my creature could live, and they can see what I created now.
So I feel like I've learned so much about world building that things that I didn't even think about.
I'm glad. I hope you learned something with all that.
I'm bouncing around character names and then the designs and locations of the world itself, and framing and structuring. And now I'm asking myself, are the mountains, is the forest that Scarecrow travels through, is it foresty enough? Do I need some more tectonic plates? Is the river real enough? Is it authentic enough? Is the canyon that they travel through, is it the right canyon? And now I'm second guessing some of my world building decisions.
Yeah, world building, I mean, it affects everything. Everything you do with your stories, everything you do with your characters. If it interacts with the world, make sure you know how that works.
I know. And especially for this type of especially for my story where there's no real society, really the biggest obstacle is literally the world itself. I have to be very aware of that. But I wanted to make sure that we gave some time to give out your giveaway. So we're going to throw it up on screen, the giveaway for your Eclipse Forge service. Let me present this screenshot. And perfect. So once again, if you want to get a chance to work with Eclipse Forge with Hollow here, then make sure to type in #creature into the chat right now. Sola, do you want to give a quick shout out for what it is one more time?
Okay, so what I'm giving out is I'm giving out the first tier of either my world building service, character design, or creature or race design service. The first tier is pretty much just the basics. Give you a basic overview of what you want. Think of it like giving you a foothold. That's all the first tier gives you, is it gives you a foothold into what you want to create. And I am more than happy to help somebody figure out what they want to do with that. And if they want the bundle, which is all of that and a little bit more than what tier 1 gives you, I'm giving a 50% discount off instead if they'd rather have that.
Awesome. So this is going to be really, really helpful. As you've seen from the last hour, Soul definitely has some great knowledge when it comes to world building, design, and development. So highly recommend. This is a free giveaway for a service. if you want to be for the chance to win it, type in #creature into the chat right now, and we're going to raffle it away before we hop into our next session. So definitely we're going to queue it up. Let me throw this up on screen. All right, so we're going to queue it up. So I know I'm super excited. Do you have a lot of fun when you're working like world building stuff with clients?
If I had clients, I definitely enjoy it. I gotta admit, whoever wins this, you will actually be my very first client, and that would be awesome.
And you know what I think the thing that's really interesting, speaking myself as a freelancer, the best freelancers to work with are the ones who are starting out, because they're usually willing to go all in and all out as they're learning services. They're usually you're usually able to find freelancers who are more affordable, and you're usually able to get a lot more help. And as you've seen from Soul, like in the past 2 years with us, like you definitely like know your stuff when it comes to world building. So I think that'd be really, really cool. Highly recommend. It's going to be a great experience.
World building is the best thing that I do. It's the thing that I love the most. In fact, I think I like doing that a lot more than I even like creating the characters.
Awesome. Perfect. So let's do this. Let's get this raffle going, and we are going to give away this spot for the giveaway. And let me cue up the music. And perfect. So for a chance to win this service, let's draw. We can almost time it. Hey, Vomika, congratulations. Congratulations, Vomika. So really great work. Absolutely amazing. You're going to get a chance to work with Soul to develop and design your world. So let me drop this giveaway form into the chat. So Vomika, all that we need you to do is just fill out this form. It has your contact info, so that way Soul can get a hold of you. Oh, perfect. You guys dropped it for me. Thank you so much. Beautiful. So fill out that form, Vomika, so we'll connect with you, and you'll be well on your way to work on some world building. It's
probably sometime late next week at the earliest, but I will get to you as soon as I can.
Very cool. And I know, Vomika, after going through your story in Freaky Friday, like Vomika has some fun stuff going on with her world. So I think like you guys will definitely work very well together. So
looking forward to it.
Awesome. Congrats again, Vomika. And now, as we transition out, so we're moving right along to the next section, to chapter 2 of our Right Now-a-thon. I am so stoked. I should have the schedule. So we're going to be queuing right up into the next session. Here we go. So we're going to be queuing right up into the next session for the Right Now-a-thon as we go from Together We Tailor. Here we go. As we go into some brainstorming, some 2026 planning, and some creature development. So this is going to be going on in the next live stream. Once again, I will drop the live stream link. The playlist for all the Right Now-a-thon live streams are linked down in the YouTube description if you want to find them. We'll drop this in the chat right now. Let's see, join us on chapter 2 live stream Right Now-a-thon events. Perfect. So I will drop that into all of the places for y'all. Here we go. Perfect. So come join us here. Hop over to the next live stream. We're going to be getting started in just a few minutes. We'll be getting started shortly as we go into a brainstorming session with Samantha Nassette and some of her some other authors and writers in the community. It's going to be a great time. So if you've been wanting to really brainstorm with other writers as we're coming together to really focus on what is this next story that I really need to craft? What's this next story that's been on my brain, but I need to put it together now? So come join us. I just dropped the live stream link into the chat, and we'll see all of you over in the chapter 2 Right Now-a-thon live stream in just a few minutes. So hop on over, give these a like, and the Right Now-a-thon continues as we head into the next 6 hours, the evening hours of the Right Now-a-thon. Thank you so much, my friends. We'll see you in just a sec.